Bonjour tout le monde, hello everyone, soyez les bienvenus au lancement de la 5e édition du Cooperathon. 5 années de Cooperathon déjà, 5 années d'impact, 5 années où le génie collectif des gens s'est réuni pour dire « Nous croyons à un monde meilleur et nous allons mettre à profit notre savoir et notre passion pour trouver des solutions innovantes ensemble aux grands enjeux de notre société. » This year, we're celebrating the 5th edition of the Cooperathon. Yes, it's already been 5 years of impact and a genuine desire to leverage innovation and entrepreneurial spirit to contribute collectively to a better society. Mon nom est Adam Reed et je serai votre animateur durant cette conférence annuelle d'ouverture de la compétition et nous sommes en direct. My name is Adam Reed and I'll be your host during this kickoff conference of this 5th edition of the Cooperathon, and we are live. How exciting is this, right? Avant de vous expliquer le déroulement de la conférence, j'aimerais remercier, au nom de Desjardins, l'ensemble des partenaires qui nous ont fait confiance lors de cette année si particulière. Desjardins decided that this year, more than ever, Canadians needed to put their passion to work to find novel solutions. This edition would not be possible without our partners who put their trust in us during these exceptional times. Nous aimerions remercier KPMG, partenaire principal pour la conférence du lancement. This is the 2nd year in a row that KPMG partners up with the Cooperathon for the kickoff event. Thank you for your trust and your vision of social impact. Merci aussi à Microsoft Canada, partenaire Tech for Good. We'd also like to give a special thanks to Microsoft Canada, always empowering communities. Et finalement, merci aux 12 partenaires de Défi 2020 pour être des leaders en innovation ouverte. Merci de contribuer à votre manière à une société plus humaine et inclusive. Thank you to all of our 12 challenge partners. Investing in open innovations is investing collectively in our future and our children's future. La conférence débutera dans quelques minutes, mais sachez que ce n'est que le début d'une aventure incroyable pour plus de 1000 citoyens et citoyennes tirant parti de leur esprit d'innovation et de collaboration pour développer des solutions pérennes pour le Canada de demain. Les gagnants seront couronnés lors de la grande finale, bien sûr, le 18 novembre. D'ailleurs, vous pouvez encore vous enregistrer pour participer à la compétition, que vous soyez entrepreneur ou intrapreneur, le programme est fait pour vous. Et on vous invite fortement à y jeter un coup d'œil lors d'une pause d'aujourd'hui. Today is the launch conference, but it is so much more than that. It's the kickoff journey, when more than 1,000 citizens will come together to develop innovative, sustainable solutions to solve societal challenges, and more importantly, help us propel Canada to a better future. Now, whether you're aiming to launch a startup, a social enterprise, or if you're an employee of a small or large organization who wants to develop your entrepreneurial muscle, the Cooperathon is for you. You should most definitely register to join this open innovation journey that will close out with the grand finale, of course, on November 18th. Bon, je sais que vous avez hâte d'entendre les conférenciers et panélistes, et ils ont hâte eux aussi, mais avant, permettez-moi de vous expliquer le déroulement de cette première édition de la conférence du Cooperathon 100% numérique. I'd like to take a brief moment to explain how to better your experience during this first digital conference. First, I'll do it in French and then in English. Tout d'abord, sachez qu'afin de vous fournir une expérience personnalisée, nous avons créé 3 parcours. Le parcours entrepreneuriat sera diffusé sur la chaîne 1, le parcours innovation ouverte sera diffusé sur la chaîne 2 et finalement le parcours impact social sera diffusé sur la chaîne 3. En ce moment, et jusqu'au début des panels à 16 heures, la programmation est commune aux 3 chaînes, sauf pour certaines traductions. À partir de 16 heures, selon la chaîne dans laquelle vous êtes, votre programmation sera différente. Je vous encourage à consulter la programmation à ce sujet. Si vous n'êtes pas trop certain dans quelle chaîne vous êtes en ce moment, inquiétez-vous pas, vous pouvez toujours consulter le titre de la diffusion. Aussi, puisque nous sommes conscients que personne n'est à l'abri de difficultés techniques, nous avons décidé de diffuser sur le site web du Cooperathon, sur notre Facebook, sur LinkedIn, Twitter et même sur notre chaîne YouTube. Donc, si jamais on avait une difficulté technique arrivait, n'hésitez pas à basculer de plateforme. Finalement, sachez qu'il y aura certaines traductions de l'anglais dans la chaîne 1. In order to offer the best customized experience to our audience, we created 3 journeys for you to better experience this digital conference. The entrepreneurial journey will be available on Channel 1. The open innovation journey will be available on Channel 2. And finally, the social impact journey will be available on Channel 3. Now, at this very moment, until the start of the panels at 4 p.m., the programming is common to all 3 channels, except for some translations. Starting at 4 p.m., depending on the channel you're on, the programming will change, so please consult the schedule for the channel's respective content. Now, if you're not sure which channel you're on at this moment, don't worry. All you have to do is check the streaming title. Also, because we know that technical difficulties could arise on the web, please note we are streaming live on our Cooperathon's website, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and even on YouTube. So if there's any streaming issues, feel free to switch to another platform of your choice. Now, finally, there's also going to be translations from French that will be made available on Channel 2 and 3. Durant la conférence, j'ai seulement une demande à vous faire. J'en ai une. Partagez-nous vos réactions sur les médias sociaux avec le hashtag Cooperathon20. Certains de vos commentaires seront partagés durant la diffusion en direct, alors n'hésitez pas. Now, during this conference, I only have one thing I want to ask of you. Please share your reactions on social media with the hashtag Cooperathon20. Now, some of your comments will be shared during the live stream. Mesdames et messieurs, maintenant que les instructions sont derrière nous, démarrons cette conférence. Nous avons le privilège d'avoir un mot de bienvenue par le leader du gouvernement à la Chambre des communes et lieutenant du Québec, l'honorable Pablo Rodriguez. To kick off the 2020 Cooperathon, we couldn't be more honored than to have the leader of the government in the House of Commons and Quebec Lieutenant, the Honorable Pablo Rodriguez.
Hello and welcome to the 5th edition of the Cooperathon. I'm Pablo Rodriguez, leader of the government in the House of Commons, lieutenant for Quebec, and proud member of Parliament for Honoré-Mercier. If you're among the thousands of kings who have registered for this competition, congratulations. By participating in the Cooperathon, you are helping to build a socially responsible future. The last few months have been difficult, very difficult for all of us. And each of us has had to react and adapt very quickly. This competition brings together social innovators, entrepreneurs, and experts from all fields. And this creativity comes at the right time in a context where we're all facing new socio-economic challenges. However, like all challenges, the pandemic also offers important lessons and opportunities to do things differently and better. It's up to us to imagine what Canada could look like after the pandemic and how that experience can help us create a more socially responsible future. Participation has doubled this year, and that's great. And the growth of the Cooperathon is a testament to the willingness of Canadians to unite for common causes. Over the next 25 days, you will learn, create, design, and collaborate with experts from all fields. You'll attend special trainings and workshops, and you could even win a cash prize. This is your chance to leave your mark. I salute Desjardins for sponsoring and organizing this great event. Good luck to all the participants, and I can't wait to see the results.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. That was such an inspiring message, and thank you for your presence today. Avant de débuter avec la conférence d'ouverture, voici un message de notre partenaire principal de conférence, KPMG.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bonjour Dominique.
Salut Ben.
KPMG est de retour cette année comme fier supporter du Cooperathon. Nous croyons fermement chez KPMG que les entreprises ont le pouvoir et le devoir de favoriser la grande cause sociale. Nous acceptons ce rôle avec beaucoup d'humilité et beaucoup d'ambition. Cette même ambition porte nos associés et nos employés à supporter financièrement et d'appuyer de leur talent des centaines d'organismes à travers le Québec et beaucoup d'autres au Canada. Une compétition collaborative comme le Cooperathon nourrit notre désir de faire la différence pour nous tous, pour nos employés et pour bâtir une communauté inclusive, socialement responsable et innovatrice.
Depuis toujours, notre capacité d'innover, de nous transformer, nous a permis de relever de nouveaux défis. La situation actuelle a été une occasion de constater la résilience des citoyens et des organisations à travers le pays. Chacune de ces situations déstabilisantes est une occasion de porter un regard critique sur qui nous sommes, sur ce que nous faisons et comment nous le faisons. Chez KPMG, on a dû se réinventer afin de revoir la façon dont on dessert nos clients, et pour ceux-ci, la façon de livrer leurs produits et d'interagir avec leurs membres et clients. En tant que membre de la communauté d'affaires, il est primordial de saisir cette opportunité d'assurer une relance qui intégrera nos valeurs et l'impact social que l'on désire avoir. Le Cooperathon s'inscrit directement dans cette optique et c'est la raison pour laquelle KPMG, année après année, est un fier partenaire de cet événement. On va suivre avec beaucoup d'intérêt les idées, les projets qui vont en ressortir. Ben, joins-toi à moi pour souhaiter à Sophie, Guy, chers participants, un excellent Cooperathon.
Merci beaucoup, KPMG, pour votre support pour une deuxième année de suite. Sans des partenaires comme vous, nous n'en serions pas ici. Mesdames et messieurs, sans plus tarder, faisons place à notre conférence d'ouverture. Please note, for the following keynote conference, closed captioning is available. Cette conférence est composée par nul autre que M. Guy Cormier, président et chef de la direction du mouvement Desjardins, ainsi que Mme Sophie Brochu, présidente directrice générale d'Hydro-Québec. Our guests for our keynote conference are Mr. Guy Cormier, President and Chief Executive Officer of Desjardins Group, and Mrs. Sophie Brochu, President and Chief Executive Officer of Hydro-Québec. Ils seront interviewés par Catherine Lune-Rollet. Sans plus tarder, Catherine, à toi la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, sans plus tarder, je vous présente nos interlocuteurs. On débute avec M. Guy Cormier, président et chef de la direction du mouvement Desjardins. Depuis 1992, M. Cormier a occupé diverses fonctions de haut niveau au sein du mouvement Desjardins avant d'être élu président et chef de la direction en 2016. Depuis son élection à la présidente, il insuffle à l'ensemble de l'organisation une culture d'entreprise forte et partagée, centrée sur les membres et les clients. Il encourage l'innovation au sein de l'organisation et accélère sa transformation numérique. Sophie Brochu exerce les fonctions de présidente directrice générale d'Hydro-Québec depuis le 2 avril 2020. Elle est d'ailleurs la première femme à occuper ce poste de façon permanente dans l'histoire de l'entreprise. Madame Brochu compte plus de 30 ans d'expérience dans le secteur énergétique. Elle a entre autres participé au développement du réseau de gaz naturel au Québec et contribue à l'essor d'énergies renouvelables comme l'hydroélectricité, l'éolien et le solaire, tant au Canada qu'aux États-Unis. Bonjour à vous deux, merci d'être avec nous aujourd'hui.
Bonjour.
Ça me fait plaisir de vous voir tous les deux. Alors, débutons notre conversation. On vit dans une période pleine d'incertitudes qui amène assurément son lot de difficultés, mais qui est aussi un moment pour saisir plusieurs opportunités. Alors, ma première question est un peu incontournable. Qu'est-ce que vous avez appris comme dirigeant d'entreprise au cours des 6 derniers mois? Et aussi, qu'est-ce que la pandémie est venue changer dans votre organisation? On pourrait peut-être commencer avec vous, Mme Brochu, parce que vous êtes arrivée en poste chez Hydro-Québec au tout début du confinement. Ça a dû être toute une adaptation.
Ça a été une grande adaptation. Écoutez, comme tout le monde, là, a fallu se retourner sur les chapeaux de roue. Par ailleurs, avec le recul, aujourd'hui, je suis capable de dire que ça a été aussi presque une bénédiction pour moi parce que j'arrivais en poste dans une maison qui est tout partout au Québec, un peu comme le mouvement Desjardins. Et ce que ça m'a permis de faire avec la technologie, c'est de rentrer en contact très rapidement avec tout le monde à la fois, une fois par semaine, puis après ça, d'avoir des points de contact avec des gens partout au Québec, disséminés sur le territoire à l'intérieur d'une même journée. Alors, je pouvais parler à une adjointe administrative à Manic, à un technicien à Matapédia, d'avoir une conversation avec des gens de finance à Montréal, tout ça dans la même journée. Probablement des rencontres bedaine à bedaine virtuelles que j'aurais pas pu avoir dans un contexte normal. Donc, j'aime à penser qu'il y a eu du bon là-dedans, à tout le moins pour cette expérience-là de mon arrivée.
Merci, Mme Brochu. Monsieur Cormier, vous donnez souvent ce conseil aux jeunes qui est de sortir de leur zone de confort. Alors, je pense que la vie nous a tous forcés à mettre votre conseil en pratique dans les 6 derniers mois, probablement pour vous aussi. Donc, qu'est-ce que vous avez appris comme dirigeant et qu'est-ce que la pandémie a changé pour Desjardins?
Ben, écoutez, c'est clair qu'à mes yeux, là, moi je le dis souvent, oui, sortir de sa zone de confort, ou quand on dirige une entreprise, je me plais souvent à dire que l'un des rôles du leader, c'est de s'assurer que son entreprise, elle est toujours prête à s'adapter à. Mais on ne sait pas à quoi. Est-ce que ça va être une crise financière? Est-ce que ça va être une crise interne? Est-ce que ça va être une crise sanitaire? On ne sait pas quoi, mais aujourd'hui, le rôle d'un leader, ou à tout le moins des gens à la tête d'une organisation, d'un entrepreneur, c'est de s'assurer que son entreprise est prête à. Donc, capacité de s'adapter, Je pense que si Hydro-Québec, si Desjardins, ce sont des entreprises qui existent depuis des décennies et des décennies, plus de 100 ans dans le cas de Desjardins, c'est parce qu'on a été en mesure de s'adapter. Donc, s'il y a une chose que je retiens de cette crise-là, encore une fois, c'est la capacité d'aller chercher en dedans de nous toutes les ressources pour s'adapter à une nouvelle réalité que personne n'avait prévue en début d'année. Je le dis souvent, si j'avais débuté l'année puis j'avais dit aux 48 000 employés du mouvement qu'au mois de fin mars-avril, ils seraient majoritairement tous en télétravail, les gens m'auraient probablement pas cru, alors que la réalité, c'est qu'on a été capable de le faire. Puis vous avez aujourd'hui plus de 40 000 personnes qui travaillent de chez eux. Donc, cette capacité d'adaptation-là, l'humain a des ressources beaucoup plus profondes que l'on peut parfois anticiper. Moi, c'est une des grandes leçons que je retire des derniers mois qui ont été difficiles et éprouvants pour beaucoup. Peut-être l'autre élément que j'aurais le goût de partager, c'est à quel point, dans une période comme l'on vit, quand on est un leader, l'importance d'écouter encore plus. Sophie en parlait il y a quelques minutes. La dimension numérique de notre travail maintenant nous permet de parler à encore plus de monde, encore plus régulièrement, avec une proximité encore plus grande malgré la technologie. Donc, à quel point on a un devoir d'écouter encore plus, parce qu'en écoutant, ça nous amène souvent beaucoup de solutions, puis ça nous donne le pouls de la réalité que les gens vivent sur le terrain. Donc, ça nous permet justement d'adapter nos pratiques, d'adapter nos stratégies très, très rapidement. Et moi, ce que j'ai retenu aussi, c'est clairement, quand on est dans une période comme celle que l'on vient de vivre, où on doit prendre beaucoup de décisions, avec beaucoup plus d'ambiguïté qu'habituellement, dans un très court laps de temps et beaucoup de décisions sous pression, tu as moins le temps parfois de réfléchir aussi longtemps qu'habituellement ou d'avoir autant d'analyses. Et c'est là que l'histoire de ton organisation, les valeurs, la culture prennent encore plus leur sens. Parce que quand tu prends des décisions, ces éléments fondamentaux-là de ton organisation, ils sont des points d'ancrage qui t'aident énormément à prendre les bonnes décisions. Alors, c'est quelques éléments, moi, je pense, qui vont rester aussi pour longtemps encore, ce concept de valeur et de culture qui est fondamental et qui donne du sens à ce qu'on fait.
Mais c'est intéressant de voir que tous les deux, il y a des choses qui ont été mises en place pendant la COVID qui vont durer ensuite dans les organisations. Maintenant, je voulais savoir aussi, à vos yeux, qu'est-ce que la crise de la COVID a révélé sur la société québécoise? Et c'est quoi les leçons, d'une certaine façon, qu'on peut tirer? Peut-être qu'on peut débuter avec M. Cormier?
Écoutez, je pense que l'une des premières leçons, ce sont nos vulnérabilités. Je veux dire, il y a clairement des endroits où on l'a vu, là, que ce soit pour ce qui est de nos aînés, le système de santé, évidemment une jeunesse aussi, tout ce qui touche la persévérance scolaire. Donc, je pense que cette crise-là nous a permis de voir qu'il y a des vulnérabilités dans notre société. Et on est tous des humains, puis il n'y a rien de parfait, puis il faut accepter qu'il va falloir améliorer et corriger des choses dans le futur. Moi, je trouve aussi que cette crise-là nous a permis, je l'espère, de réaliser qu'il peut être bon de vivre dans un État où l'État est fort et présent. On voit que dans un contexte de crise, d'avoir un État qui vise à maintenir un certain filet social, qui vise à s'assurer du bien-être de ses citoyens. On est capable de comparer à travers le monde aujourd'hui. On voit qu'il y a des États que c'est pas la même chose tout le temps. Alors parfois, on prend ça pour acquis, le rôle de l'État dans la société, le rôle des gouvernements. Mais je pense que dans une période de crise comme on vient de le vivre, je pense que de vivre dans un pays, de vivre dans un endroit où l'État a un rôle important par rapport à la qualité de vie des citoyens, je pense qu'il faut aussi prendre le temps juste d'avoir un peu de recul et de l'apprécier. Il est clair que pour moi, la dimension collective, l'effort collectif, la solidarité que l'on a vu au Québec, au Canada, depuis les 4-5 derniers mois, c'est un signal pour moi qui me rend toujours optimiste envers l'avenir. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui ont fait des choses extraordinaires, il y a des organisations qui ont fait des choses extraordinaires, Desjardins, Hydro-Québec, on pourrait en mentionner plusieurs autres. Donc, cette dimension-là de solidarité, pour moi, c'est extrêmement, extrêmement important. Puis je pense j'espère que les historiens, quand ils vont regarder l'année 2020, Sophie parlait tantôt, pour elle, ça a été un facilitateur, la COVID. J'espère que les historiens vont regarder l'année 2020 comme une année qui va être une année de virage. Virage entre un 30-40 ans de cycle économique et virage vers un 30-40 ans de cycle économique différent. Et je suis convaincu que notre modèle là, de extraire, de transformer, de consommer, puis après ça de jeter, ben, peut-être que la COVID va nous emmener à réfléchir à ce modèle économique-là, puis à essayer de l'optimiser ou de le faire très différemment dans les prochaines années. Moi, je disais à quelques personnes récemment encore que je pense que la COVID aussi nous a amené à dire que on est bien quand on est libre, parce que là, il y a beaucoup de discussions sur la liberté puis nos marges de manœuvre individuelles. On est bien quand on est libre, mais on est fort quand on est ensemble. Puis je pense que les derniers mois nous ont montré qu'ensemble, on peut passer à travers des situations très, très difficiles parce que justement, on se serre les coudes, on travaille avec encore plus de coopération et de collaboration ensemble.
Effectivement, on espère qu'on aura appris ça de la COVID. D'ailleurs, Mme Brochu, qu'est-ce que vous avez appris de la société québécoise et quelles sont les leçons que vous en avez tirées de cette crise?
Bien, je rebondis sur ce que Guy partageait tout à l'heure sur une meilleure compréhension, une meilleure intimité de notre compréhension avec le modèle social qui est celui du Québec. On est en mesure vraiment de faire des comparaisons là, en temps réel avec des territoires qui sont au sud de notre frontière, entre autres. Il est clair aussi que les Québécois, les Québécoises ont pris la pleine mesure de ce qui pourrait arriver si on devait échapper notre climat. Et peut-être que ce que nous sommes en train de vivre est dans les faits un modèle réduit de ce qu'on va vivre si on ne prend pas acte de tout ce que l'on doit faire pour améliorer notre empreinte environnementale et assurer la fameuse transition énergétique dont on parle depuis si longtemps. Et au moment où les gouvernements s'apprêtent et les entreprises s'apprêtent à investir des sommes colossales pour assurer le rebond de notre société, puis c'est vrai au Québec, là, il faut qu'on mette nos blocs de départ vers l'objectif qui est celui d'une transition énergétique et profiter de ce défi-là de la COVID pour réduire 2 crises d'une pierre, pour faire en sorte qu'on va rebondir économiquement, mais aussi qu'on va se remettre en action collective vers cette transition-là énergétique. J'ai appris, moi, j'ai vu le Québec, j'ai compris la puissance de la proximité et la puissance de l'interdépendance. L'interdépendance entre les États, l'interdépendance entre les gouvernements, l'interdépendance sur les chaînes d'approvisionnement et une très, très grande beauté de l'interdépendance entre des individus. Et on a vu, à mon sens, le meilleur du Québec quand on a vu des jeunes aller faire les épiceries de personnes aînées qui étaient prises à la maison sans absolument pas les connaître, absolument pas. On a vu ce sentiment d'entraide-là. Alors, il faut maintenant nous projeter dans un avenir qui est aujourd'hui, qui débute aujourd'hui, et nous projeter en disant « Que voulons-nous être? » Et quand on regarde le mythe fondateur d'Hydro-Québec, c'était quoi? Ce sont des hommes et des femmes qui, à un moment donné, se sont dit « On n'est pas satisfait de la société dans laquelle on vit, on n'a pas des moyens économiques importants que sont les tarifs électriques, il n'y a pas de cohésion entre les régions, il y a des tarifs différents qui créent une injustice, une iniquité. » Hydro-Québec est né d'une insatisfaction de la société dans laquelle elle vivait. Alors, je nous interpelle tous et je m'interpelle moi-même en disant, alors dans quelle société voulons-nous vivre? Et à mon sens, je pense que ça va être une société où les actionnaires vont devoir être plus tolérants, laisser aller quelques points de base de rendement pour être capable d'avoir des systèmes plus résilients, des consommateurs qui vont être prêts à payer un petit peu plus cher parce que ça va être fait proche de chez nous, parce que ça va être fait dans le souci de moyens de production qui vont être plus doux sur l'environnement, et des gens qui vont être prêts à payer un petit peu plus d'impôts pour s'assurer que les filets sociaux qui sont les nôtres soient pérennes. Donc, une communauté qui va faire en sorte que l'avenir financier va être magnifique, va être très beau, mais juste peut-être un peu plus logique, plus pérenne, un tantinet plus équilibré. Puis là, j'interpelle pas le communiste. Là. Je pense qu'on peut tout à fait faire ça dans le capitalisme, un capitalisme plus doux et plus intelligent.
Mais on revient avec ce que disait M. Cormier, l'importance de l'État actuellement aussi. On le voit, là, effectivement. Puis on verra, M. Legault en a parlé, comment il voulait que le Québec rebondisse d'une façon plus écologique. On espère qu'on mettra ça de l'avant. On a une question aussi qui provient d'un employé du mouvement Desjardins. Donc, pour M. Cormier, alors, la question va comme suit. Comment faire converger la force du modèle d'affaires coopératif de Desjardins et les potentialités de la filière hydroélectrique pour faire face, justement, à ces enjeux écologiques?
Écoutez, une super bonne question. Hein? Puis, une question qui est plaisante à répondre parce qu'on ne part pas de zéro. Je pense que le virage vert, le leadership de Desjardins dans toute la dimension de développement durable, il s'est inscrit depuis quasiment le tournant des années 90. Puis au cours des dernières années, notamment avec Hydro-Québec, puis la route électrique, circuit électrique, on a déjà installé à peu près 200 bornes électriques. Là. Les gens le savent probablement, là, ceux qui nous écoutent, mais Desjardins a contribué à installer 200 bornes électriques à travers le Québec dans des régions où il n'y en avait pas de bornes. Là. Alors ça, c'est un élément. Est-ce que c'est la seule? Absolument pas. Est-ce qu'on peut faire plus? On a déjà, comme modèle coopératif, mis de l'avant des assurances vertes sur votre propriété qui est lead, sur votre véhicule électrique que vous achetez, vous avez des rabais d'assurance. Est-ce qu'on a été suffisamment assez loin dans le prêt éco-énergétique au niveau des entreprises qui décident de faire une migration de leurs opérations vers une énergie beaucoup plus propre? Moi, je crois qu'on va aller encore plus loin dans les prochaines années. Je veux dire, on vient d'annoncer un partenariat avec l'École de technologie supérieure pour investir des millions de dollars pour réfléchir à l'économie circulaire, mais la rendre encore plus pragmatique dans le quotidien. Il y a vraiment, puis Sophie le disait tantôt, là, il va falloir revoir, il va falloir réfléchir à une prochaine décennie à des prochaines décennies qui vont être encore plus inclusives. Je veux dire, on peut pas... Aujourd'hui, on a le privilège de voir les 30, 40 dernières années de capitalisme, puis d'en voir les bienfaits, sous l'angle de la classe moyenne à travers le monde qui a grandi, mais d'en voir aussi les dommages collatéraux, notamment sous la dimension environnementale. Puis au Québec, on a des atouts tellement importants. Oui, on a l'hydroélectricité, mais on est des gens entrepreneurs, on est des gens entreprenants, on a du capital, on a de la volonté. Alors, un mouvement coopératif qui est un mouvement qui rayonne partout à travers la province, mais aussi qui est très inclusif avec plusieurs personnes. Quand vous avez un Québécois sur deux qui fait affaire avec le mouvement Desjardins, puis vous voulez lancer un mouvement de société, bien, le mouvement Desjardins, au-delà de l'hydroélectricité, là, il est un vecteur de changement dans la société parce qu'il y a de l'impact sur des membres. Alors oui, moi, je crois que le défi dans les prochaines années, ce ne sera pas seulement de lancer des produits financiers ou d'emmener des solutions comme les bornes électriques. Le défi pour une organisation coopérative comme Desjardins, c'est d'utiliser la coopération, la proximité qu'on a développée depuis des décennies avec nos membres et les aider à changer leur propre comportement, à changer leurs propres habitudes de consommation, à les influencer sur des bons produits financiers versus de moins bons produits financiers peut-être, ou de savoir qu'avec leurs investissements, ils ont un impact encore plus grand dans l'évolution de la société, l'évolution de la planète. Donc, je pense qu'au-delà des produits et services, la coopération, de parce qu'elle a de plus positif comme impact, parce qu'elle rassemble des gens ensemble qui ont le goût de construire quelque chose de meilleur, bien, l'hydroélectricité, de par les liens qu'on a déjà avec plusieurs partenaires au Québec, à commencer par Hydro-Québec, je pense que le mouvement Desjardins a un leadership tout à fait naturel à jouer là, par rapport à cette dimension-là.
Justement, parlons-en de l'importance de vos deux organisations, parce que Hydro-Québec célébrait son 75e anniversaire l'an dernier. Desjardins célèbre son 120e anniversaire cette année. Ce sont deux entités qui ont vraiment contribué à la transformation de la société québécoise sur tellement point de vue. Et je pense que ça s'applique même d'une certaine façon à vous deux personnellement, en ce sens que Mme Brochu, vous êtes la première femme qui a été nommée PDG chez Hydro-Québec, donc c'est important aussi de voir ces femmes qui prennent une place comme cadre. Monsieur Cormier, vous êtes le plus jeune président chez Desjardins, vous aviez 46 ans quand vous êtes arrivé en poste. Donc, maintenant, quelle est votre vision pour l'avenir, justement? Qu'est-ce que veulent vos organisations pour le futur? Oui.
Sophie, est-ce que tu veux y aller en premier?
Ben oui. Ben écoutez, vous parlez de la trajectoire d'Hydro-Québec prendrait plus que 3 minutes. Mais il n'y a pas de doute que Hydro-Québec, évidemment, on le sait, ça a été construit par les générations qui nous ont précédés, des bâtisseurs inouïes dans leur vision et leur capacité de réalisation. Aujourd'hui, Hydro-Québec aspire à être un catalyseur de possible de tous les Québécois. Catalyseur de possible, c'est quoi? C'est de rendre faisable ce qui apparaît difficilement accessible a priori. Donc, Hydro-Québec, avec toutes ses capacités, tous ses actifs, ses 20 000 employés et tout, peut paraître une immense machine qui est très monolithique. Alors qu'au contraire, c'est une entreprise qui est une sommation d'hommes et de femmes absolument extraordinaires. Je peux le dire avec beaucoup de distance parce que je ne fais qu'arriver, donc je n'y ai aucun mérite. Mais j'ai rejoint une organisation extraordinaire, des gens fiers sur le métier. Et aujourd'hui, on est en train de réfléchir à ce qu'on appelle l'innovation de bout en bout. Et l'innovation, elle est partout au sein de notre société, elle est partout au sein de nos organisations. Et le défi comme dirigeante que je me donne chez Hydro-Québec, c'est que toutes ces notes de musique-là, qui sont autant d'innovation, d'initiative, puissent trouver une portée sur laquelle tomber, une portée de musique pour qu'on chante une toune. Comprenez-vous? On a toutes ces idées-là qui sont souvent orphelines, puis des idées extraordinaires qui ont de la difficulté à trouver preneur. Alors là où on va accroître, si vous voulez, notre présence en innovation, ce n'est pas de prendre l'espace innovant, mais de mettre nos hommes et nos femmes, que ce soit au centre d'excellence, en innovation, que ce soit aux opérations, en finance et tout, et d'être au service de gens qui ont des idées. Alors, on ne peut pas supporter des chaînes d'approvisionnement qui ne seraient pas capables de se supporter par elles-mêmes, mais on peut très certainement donner vie à des idées qui sont brillantes et qui ont juste besoin d'un peu d'espace et d'amour pour y arriver. Puis quand ils auront besoin de sous, ben ils iront chez Desjardins. Mais vous comprenez mon point, c'est
Oui.
de mettre ensemble cet écosystème-là et de faire de la place aux idées. Et les idées, c'est pas... L'innovation, ce n'est pas que de faire de nouvelles choses, c'est de faire beaucoup de choses qu'on fait aujourd'hui différemment. Et là-dessus, on a du souffle, on peut ouvrir nos portes, on peut ouvrir notre cœur, on peut ouvrir nos idées. Je peux vous dire que les idées qui vont être issues de l'initiative dont on parle aujourd'hui vont être reçues avec beaucoup d'enthousiasme chez nous. Et c'est ça qu'on a besoin de faire. On a besoin d'être au cœur des communautés. Autant qu'on a été en avant du Québec puis qu'on a tiré le Québec à un moment donné, aujourd'hui, le Québec est rond, le Québec est holistique, le Québec est est multicapable. Et notre responsabilité, c'est d'être le catalyseur de ces possibles-là. Et ça va être difficile. Ça va être difficile de faire cette transition-là énergétique. Et je le dis parce qu'on est porté sur une espèce d'être sur un rail, on a de l'hydroélectricité, ça va bien aller, là. Mais la transition énergétique, là, elle est difficile parce qu'elle implique des changements de comportement profonds, parce qu'il y a des coûts qui sont associés avec ça. Oui, il y a des opportunités formidables, mais ça va être costaud. Donc, si on ne met pas toutes nos têtes, tout notre cœur, puis tous nos sous ensemble pour y arriver, on n'y arrivera pas. Et donc, on a devant nous des outils extraordinaires, mais ils sont nécessaires, mais non suffisants par eux-mêmes. Donc, beaucoup de bonne volonté, beaucoup d'innovation, faire des choix et agir. C'est agir qui va être le plus difficile. Et donc, je lance le défi là, à notre monde là, qui réfléchissent. Là, comment on passe d'une idée à quelque chose de très concret qui va nous faire avancer. Voilà.
Monsieur Cormier, donc, quel est votre...
Écoutez, premièrement, je vais rebondir sur ce que Sophie vient d'apporter. Là, je pense que chez Desjardins, dans notre cas, quand je regarde la prochaine décennie qu'on embrasse actuellement, je pense que le rêve de notre fondateur, Alphonse Desjardins, il est encore plus pertinent que jamais. Hein, quand Alphonse Desjardins a décidé de créer Desjardins, son premier objectif, c'était de rendre les Québécois autonomes financièrement. C'est ça son objectif. Éduquer, mais aussi rendre les Québécois autonomes financièrement. Mais je pense qu'aujourd'hui, là, au sortir d'une pandémie qui va laisser malheureusement des traces pour des entreprises qui vont avoir fermé, pour des gens qui vont avoir vu peut-être leurs rêves se transformer, des gens qui vont avoir vécu certaines difficultés financières, rendre les gens, accompagner nos membres et clients à être encore plus autonomes financièrement. Ça, pour nous, ça va être une mission hyper importante parce qu'on a vu les impacts de ne pas être suffisamment autonome financièrement, ce que ça veut malheureusement vouloir dire quand arrive une situation comme celle qu'on vit. Donc, notre rôle dans la société d'institution financière, qui est le rôle premier là, qu'on s'attend de nous, là, hein, accompagner nos membres et clients dans une multitude de produits, bien les conseiller, mais pas seulement les conseiller sous l'angle d'enrichir des actionnaires, parce que c'est pas notre modèle financier, mais sous l'angle de vraiment travailler dans l'intérêt de nos membres, de nos clients. Ça, pour nous, ça va demeurer fondamental. Puis la deuxième dimension, c'est qui on est depuis plusieurs années, mais je pense qu'il va falloir continuer de l'être parce que malheureusement, il y a de grandes corporations au Québec qui vont vivre encore des difficultés. Donc, ça va être de travailler sur ce concept-là qui est cher pour moi de prospérité partagée. C'est-à-dire comment Desjardins peut contribuer à générer de la prospérité ici au Québec, à travers le Canada, mais surtout contribuer à la partager. Plutôt que la prospérité se partage à travers nos impôts qu'on envoie au gouvernement et que c'est le rôle du gouvernement par la suite de redistribuer la richesse, je pense que tout le long du cycle de production de la richesse dans l'organisation, il faut penser aux différentes parties prenantes. Donc, ça veut dire, oui, achat local, oui, favoriser des fournisseurs, oui, aider l'écosystème d'entrepreneuriat, oui, verser des ristournes, c'est des centaines de millions qu'on retourne dans la poche de nos membres directement. Donc, ce concept d'avoir une pensée encore plus large que strictement notre mission financière, mais vraiment ce rôle intimement lié à qui nous sommes, d'être Sophie utilisait le mot catalyseur, mais d'être vraiment un joueur actif qui va avoir de l'impact à travers les régions du Québec, qui va avoir de l'impact à travers les entrepreneurs du Québec, qui va avoir de l'impact auprès de notre jeunesse au Québec. Ça, selon moi, c'est un élément de vision de Desjardins qui va être extrêmement important. Et les gens vont s'attendre à ça de nous, mais moi, j'ai le goût de l'embrasser encore plus, puis j'ai le goût d'y donner une impulsion encore plus grande, parce que je suis convaincu que c'est ce qu'on a besoin comme population pour des prochaines années. Partager encore plus la prospérité qu'on a générée, c'est une attente des gens, et ça inclut évidemment tous les autres tenants et aboutissants qu'il y a au-delà de la production. Et c'est ce que je vais souhaiter qu'on exerce comme leadership, c'est clair.
D'ailleurs, on le voit aussi avec votre grand fonds là, de 150 millions pour les régions. Ça aussi, c'est important. Qu'est-ce que vous avez mis en place chez Desjardins dans ce sens-là? Là? Aider les régions aussi.
Oui, exactement. Il y a tellement de bonnes idées partout dans les régions, au Saguenay, dans le Bas-Saint-Laurent. Les gens ont des bonnes idées. Souvent, c'est d'être capable de mettre en place les bons acteurs pour y arriver. Puis deuxièmement, d'avoir un petit coup de main financier juste pour partir. Puis après ça, il y a un effet d'entraînement qui se crée. Et le fonds, justement, du grand mouvement, c'est un fonds qui est créé dans ce sens-là. C'est de dégager 150 millions sur l'horizon des prochaines années pour concrètement aider des gens qui ont des idées, qui ont le goût de travailler ensemble, mais parfois, il leur manque un petit peu de moyens, ou il leur manque un partenaire d'envergure. Et puis, des partenaires à Montréal, il y en a. Des partenaires à Québec, il y en a. Des partenaires à Rivière-du-Loup, des partenaires à Maria, des partenaires à Chicoutimi, il y en a parfois un peu moins. Alors, moi, je pense qu'on a cette mission-là, ce rôle-là dans la société, à travers le Fonds du grand mouvement, justement, de dire aux gens, écoutez, on est là pour vous aider, une tape dans le dos, puis est-ce qu'on est capable de dynamiser des choses? Puis on voit des éléments très, très concrets. Et parler de prospérité partagée, ça pourrait être 150 millions qu'on garde dans les excédents du mouvement Desjardins, puis ça fait juste plus de profit comme tel ou d'excédent. C'est pas vraiment notre vision des choses. Si on est capable de la retourner en cours de processus pour stimuler du dynamisme régional, moi, je pense que c'est un élément qui est fondamental, je suis convaincu, dans notre rôle dans la société.
Merci, M. Cormier. Madame Brochu, on a aussi reçu une question pour vous de la part d'une employée d'Hydro-Québec. Alors, la question va comme ci. Comment pourrons-nous faire de la place dans notre entreprise aux idées innovantes comme celles qui émergeront du Cooperathon? Et de façon plus large, quel rôle jouera Hydro-Québec dans les prochaines années en soutien aux start-up, aux entreprises privées à vocation sociale et à l'innovation ouverte?
Bien, la question est super bonne. Merci à l'employé. La question est bonne parce qu'elle touche à l'évolution culturelle de l'organisation. Vous aurez remarqué que je n'ai pas parlé de transformation. Moi, des transformations culturelles, là, c'est des affaires qui se font sur des décennies, c'est de l'évolution génétique. Mais cette évolution-là de culture, d'accueil de nouvelles façons de faire, c'est un défi pour une organisation de la taille d'Hydro-Québec. C'est un défi pour une organisation qui est née d'un code génétique très fort de construction de grands barrages. Et aujourd'hui, le génie québécois, le génie des gens chez Hydro-Québec, ça va être de marier l'ampleur de cette capacité-là et de cette puissance-là avec une agilité et de nouvelles façons de faire et de nouveaux outils et de nouvelles avenues pour permettre à notre monde, à nos concitoyens, à nos clients, d'avoir davantage de contrôle sur leur destinée énergétique. Alors, ça paraît étrange ce que je dis, mais il n'y a personne là qui se lève le matin en disant « Aujourd'hui, c'est extraordinaire, je vais payer une facture d'Hydro-Québec. » Personne. Oui. Personne. Nous, on aime ça, on trouve ça le fun, là, puis c'est Hydro-Québec, mais personne ne rêve de payer une facture d'électricité. Si le monde pouvait faire sans énergie, il le ferait. À partir du moment où on comprend que nous sommes un moyen et non pas une finalité. Et d'ailleurs, à partir du moment où les organisations comprennent qu'on n'est pas le bout du monde, mais qu'on est un maillon dans une chaîne alimentaire tellement plus grande que nous, si on peut prendre ce point d'appui-là comme organisation, dans le désir des gens d'avoir davantage de contrôle, davantage d'espace, de leur donner la capacité d'innover, on va pouvoir soulever la terre. Ça prend un point d'appui dans le quotidien des gens. Et aujourd'hui, Hydro-Québec s'ouvre à l'énergie solaire, on construit des parcs solaires. ILO est en train de travailler avec les propriétaires résidentiels au Québec pour gérer efficacement leur énergie, pour nous permettre d'interagir avec eux, de s'auto-interrompre, de libérer des capacités en hiver, de les dédier là où l'énergie est absolument disponible. Pourquoi? Pour faire en sorte qu'in fine, on ne soit pas obligé de construire d'autres barrages tout de suite, on ne soit pas obligé de construire des outils de pointe tout de suite qui mettent de la pression sur le tarif des gens. Bref, il faut qu'on se donne des outils ouverts, modernes, et pour répondre à la question de l'employé, il va falloir qu'on accepte le droit à l'erreur. Il va falloir qu'on accepte de ne pas être parfait tout le temps. Et si j'ai quelque chose à dire à votre monde dans ce qu'ils font, consultez les jeunes, parce que ce sont les jeunes qui vont avoir les défis demain matin. Là, c'est pas les gens de ma génération. Moi, j'ai 57 ans. Là. C'est pas moi qui va être pris avec les choix sociaux et les finances publiques. C'est pas moi qui va être pris avec les enjeux environnementaux et les enjeux de transition énergétique. Ce sont nos jeunes. Donc, il faut mettre nos jeunes en action. Et il faut conscientiser notre société au fait que nos choix qu'on fait aujourd'hui vont avoir une portée de long terme. Portée financière, une portée sociale et tout. Et il faut faire davantage de place aux jeunes qu'on le fait aujourd'hui. Ça, je suis convaincue de ça et qu'il y a bien des idées innovantes qui sont en leur tête. Alors voilà, c'est ça qu'on va essayer de faire chez Hydro-Québec, un peu plus.
Mais justement, adressons-nous à ceux qui nous regardent, qui vont participer à certains défis du Cooperathon. Monsieur Cormier, quels sont les conseils que vous donneriez à ces gens qui vont donc participer au Cooperathon?
Ben, écoutez, premièrement, avant de leur donner des conseils, j'ai le goût de leur dire merci, parce que c'est des gens qui vivent aujourd'hui, comme tout le monde, l'impact de la pandémie, qui vivent des changements dans leur travail, probablement, dans leur vie personnelle, et ils ont décidé de consacrer du temps, de l'énergie, des efforts à améliorer la société, à chercher des solutions. Donc, mon premier message, là, c'est merci. L'objectif premier devrait être d'avoir quand même du plaisir à travers ça, beaucoup de plaisir, parce que c'est souvent quand on a du plaisir qu'on innove, qu'on réfléchit encore mieux. Alors, mon premier, c'est chercher le moyen d'avoir du fun là-dedans. Amusez-vous. Je pense que déjà que vous soyez généreux et engagés comme vous l'êtes, vous pouvez tous et toutes être très fiers de vous. Le deuxième message, c'est probablement un message d'audace. Si on veut des solutions différentes, il faut accepter de faire des choses différemment. Oui, il faut sortir de notre zone de confort, mais c'est plus que ça. C'est de se dire, ça n'a peut-être pas été fait dans les 20-30 dernières années, mais aujourd'hui, là, on voit émerger des vulnérabilités, on voit des choses qu'on prenait pour acquises dans les 20-30 dernières années. Alors, il y aura probablement une grande dose d'audace dans nos prochaines solutions innovantes. J'aimerais dire aussi fiez-vous à votre instinct. On vit tous depuis 4, 5, 6 mois dans une situation qui est plus intense pour plusieurs d'entre nous. Mais instinctivement, là, qu'est-ce qui nous parle? Quand votre cœur vous parle, quand vous regardez un peu les défis qu'on a à relever, là, vous feriez quoi instinctivement? Parce que souvent, là, notre gut feeling en dedans, là, il nous lance déjà de très, très bons signaux. Puis je terminerai avec 2. Je pense que les défis qu'on a à relever au cours des prochaines années sont des défis que personne, pas une personne, pas un pays, pas une entreprise est capable de relever tout seul. Personne n'a la solution, personne n'a suffisamment de moyens financiers, personne n'a suffisamment de moyens technologiques. Je pense qu'il va falloir travailler encore plus en équipe, il va falloir coopérer encore plus, collaborer encore plus ensemble. Alors, n'hésitez pas avec vos collègues, avec vos partenaires, à discuter des enjeux, à discuter des problèmes, puis à chercher ensemble des solutions. Il n'y a personne qui va trouver la solution tout seul. Les défis sont quand même très grands qu'on a relevés envers nous. Puis aller chercher de l'aide. C'est pas une honte d'aller chercher de l'aide. C'est pas un échec d'aller chercher de l'aide. C'est pas manquer d'envergure que d'aller chercher de l'aide. Parfois, ça va être avec une organisation comme Desjardins, oui, pour du soutien financier. Parfois, ça va être avec une autre entreprise. Parfois, ça va être avec d'autres partenaires. Mais d'aller chercher de l'aide quand on est dans un coopérathon auprès des gens qui nous entourent pour réfléchir, pour penser, je pense que ça fait juste accélérer la qualité, mais parfois même la rapidité de la solution.
Madame Brochu, vos conseils pour des gens qui vont innover, trouver des nouvelles solutions, répondre aux défis du coopérathon?
Je suis comme Guy, là, je ne pourrais pas donner de conseils, mais je vais évoquer des souhaits. Et mon souhait, vraiment, moi, c'est qu'au sortir de tout ça, on ait une société plus résiliente. Et la résilience, c'est pas juste d'accumuler comme un écureuil de l'inventaire dans un lieu précis ou d'avoir... c'est important d'avoir des inventaires, mais c'est pas juste ça. La résilience, et là, ça rejoint, je pense, les valeurs chères et au mouvement Desjardins et Hydro-Québec. La résilience, c'est celle des réseaux. Comment sommes-nous liés entre nous et comment pouvons-nous renforcer ces liens-là pour faire en sorte qu'on soit collectivement plus fort demain? Puis là, je prendrai un petit modèle qui est le modèle de la Suisse. La Suisse, c'est un petit pays, hein? Et c'est un petit pays qui a longtemps fait le service militaire. Et au sortir du service militaire, ils ont dit maintenant, on va faire des services communautaires. Et tout le monde passe par un service communautaire. Et que je trouve ça le fun, moi, comme idée. Je trouve ça le fun comme idée parce que le fait de passer dans un service communautaire de manière un peu intentionnelle là, dans ta vie te fait résonner de manière latérale comme c'est pas possible. Donc, mon souhait pour le Coopérathon, c'est de faire en sorte qu'on va créer des liens entre des gens qui, aujourd'hui, n'ont pas spontanément ces liens-là et découvrir en sérendipité, découvrir quelque chose qu'on n'a pas trouvé, qui va être la richesse de ce maillage-là entre nous. Et donc, je rebondis sur ce que Guy disait tantôt. Il n'y a pas personne seul qui va réussir à avoir la solution. Et si on cherche à être l'inventeur de l'affaire qui va faire tout, ben on va se planter solo. Et donc, se donner le droit à l'erreur, se mailler, avoir ce plaisir-là, puis savoir que ce que vous vous apprêtez à faire, c'est pas juste ludique, c'est formidablement important. Alors, merci par avance pour tout ça.
Ah, merci beaucoup pour cette magnifique conversation. J'ai vraiment aimé votre vision de la société québécoise, aussi comment vos organisations vont nous aider, comment on va aller de l'avant en se tenant la main, à passer à travers cette pandémie. Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que vous vouliez nous dire un dernier petit mot de la fin?
Ben moi, Guy, merci. C'est le fun d'avoir fait ça avec toi. C'est le fun que nos organisations travaillent ensemble. Puis j'anticipe le plaisir de voir ce que tout ça va donner.
Non, ben moi, c'est la même chose. Merci, Sophie, de t'être disponibilisée aujourd'hui. C'est extrêmement agréable pour les participants. Le Coopérathon, je vous dirais que c'est un élément de grande fierté pour le mouvement Desjardins. Ça fait maintenant quelques années qu'on l'organise et puis qu'on le fait vivre. Et il y a de fichues de belles idées qui ont réellement sorti de ça. Alors, n'hésitez pas tout le monde, le temps et l'énergie que vous allez mettre dans les prochaines heures, les prochaines journées, les prochaines semaines, ben, il va sûrement sortir de ça des vrais projets ou des vraies idées qui vont avoir de l'impact dans la société. En tout cas, c'est notre volonté. Alors, un gros merci encore une fois à tous les participants. Merci à vous, Catherine, d'avoir été une accompagnatrice dans ce moment-là qui a été extrêmement agréable. Et puis, je souhaite le meilleur des succès, puis aussi le meilleur des plaisirs, le meilleur fun aux gens qui vont participer au Coopérathon encore une fois. Merci.
Bien, merci beaucoup.
Au plaisir.
Alors, merci. Au revoir à tout le monde. J'espère que ça va vous donner des idées, que ça va vous inspirer. Beau Coopérathon à tout le monde.
Bye-bye.
Merci Catherine et merci M. Cormier et Mme Brochu. Wow, quel début de conférence, deux des plus grands leaders de notre société qui nous partagent leur vision de demain. I hope you enjoyed that exchange as much as I did and to think that we are only getting started. Avant de poursuivre au prochain bloc, voici un message de notre partenaire Microsoft Canada.
We produce too much waste. Every year, humans create 55 billion tons of waste on Earth, and most of it is not properly disposed of. This puts our planet's ecosystems and public health at risk while also contributing to increased greenhouse gas emissions and contaminating our air, soil, and water. While waste comes from many sources, electronic equipment presents the fastest growing challenge around the world. With e-waste now accounting for 70% of all hazardous waste in landfills, we believe the tech sector has a responsibility to help. This is why Microsoft is committing to operating as a zero-waste company by 2030. As our customers' demand for cloud services continues to soar, our network of data centers is also expanding. Today, we maintain more than 3 million servers and related hardware in more than 160 data centers. Servers last about 5 years on average, which has the potential to add up to a lot of waste. We believe that we can improve our current waste reduction efforts and take an innovative approach inspired by the concept of circularity, all managed by modern cloud technology. We're setting up circular centers on our data center campuses, meaning we'll soon be able to process e-waste right on site. By using techniques such as intelligent scheduling, powered by machine learning, to quickly and efficiently sort through whole devices and their parts, we are increasing the circularity of those assets while also reducing carbon emissions. Based on early piloting, we are on track to increase our reuse of servers and component parts to 90% by 2025. Our big goal is zero waste by the end of the decade, and our circular centers will play a big role in getting us there.
Merci Microsoft Canada pour votre confiance envers le Cooperathon et merci pour votre engagement vers l'environnement. It's leaders like you that start the movement of change. All right, so let me introduce our next speaker. She is the founder of Minhas Breweries, the 10th, yes, I said 10th largest brewery in the world. She is a TV celebrity on CBC's Dragon's Den, where she's one of the judges, author, success entrepreneur, Canada's top 40 under 40. I could go on, but we don't have enough time for that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Manjit Minhas. Hi, Manjit.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me today.
Likewise. Thank you for being here. I am so excited to have you. Your story is so incredible. But before we start, I want to ask you, I said 10th largest brewery in the world. Do you ever take some time to sit back, put your feet up and say, that's pretty darn good?
Yeah, you know what? Not as often maybe as I should, and sometimes for good reason. I think sometimes it's the way I was brought up, but also I think as an entrepreneur, you're always just going and on that wheel looking for the next challenge. You know, you say number 10, and I don't think of it as wow. I say, how do I move up to 9, 8, 7, 6? And so I think that as entrepreneurs in general, we're not always great at sitting back and kind of taking it all in like we should. And I can say myself, I'm not the best at doing that, but when I do sit down sometimes and I look at where I was 20 years ago when we started and where we are now, taking it all in is definitely fascinating. And in some ways it seems like it was in a blink of an eye. In some ways it feels like it was 40 years. So depends what day it is.
Thinking differently, thinking outside the box and making a social impact. Talk to me about what your definition of not just innovation, but what does true innovation mean for you?
Yeah, interestingly enough, like innovation can mean, of course, a lot of different things, depending on which industry you're in, but also, you know, what time of year and what is happening in the world. In this day and age, innovation, I think today means that you're pivoting to make sure that your company is not only surviving, but thriving for your customers, for your team members, for the livelihood of your business. I think innovation means what's your value proposition? Why do you exist? What is your mission? And how is it different from all of those in your industry? Why are you competitive? What is going to make you win in your industry and in your stream of business? And so I think that, you know, a lot of different ways innovation is an evolving definition. Today, I think being innovative means that you're just surviving, that you still have a business. whether it be small, medium, or large. And I think that it is important for us to understand that innovation today also means that you're pivoting to understand what your customers need, what the marketplace needs. So I think that definition is definitely one that is always evolving.
You talk about winning and having that spirit of always wanting to climb up, but you also have to be well surrounded, and comes back to the expression of never wanting to be the smartest person in the room. We hear that all the time, but it's so true. And I say that because the role of a mentor is so important for entrepreneurship and for those that are really thinking about moving forward. Why do you think it's so difficult for people to utter 3 simple words? I need help. Why do you think that is? And why do you think it's so difficult for people to go after mentors?
Yeah, I truly believe in the power of mentorship and the idea of having a team. So when I was growing up, my dad always used to say, you are the average of the 5 people around you. And I used to think that he was nuts. But as I got older, I really understood that. And I really do take a lot of time and effort to make sure, the 5, maybe a little bit more or less, but friends around me, family members even, colleagues, and team members within my own company, and mentors are the average of something that is teaching me, something that is helping me grow and become bigger and stronger. And I think that is not only something that we should all strive for, because we're always on this continuous learning journey. I have talents and I have skills in certain parts, and I am aware, and I've become aware because of those people around me, what those talents and skills are. And I know the gaps that I have in my own business, and in my own world. And I think that it's really important that we go out and say, hey, I need help, and this is where I need help. A business owner and an entrepreneur is all encompassing, and there's so many different facets to it. And the ones that are successful realize very early on that what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. Just like at home, I realized that I'm really not a good cook. And I then asked my mom and my mother-in-law and my husband to help in. But I also know what I'm good at. I'm a really good organizer and I'm a really good planner. And so I think that just in life in general, we do have to realize that where we have those pain points and where we need help. But it's not an easy thing to do because, you know what, we all have ego, and ego sometimes can be really good, and that confidence can be really good to have, but sometimes it can be detrimental to our success and to our learnings. I truly believe in the power of mentors. I've always had mentors in my personal life and in my business life, and they have been different because my needs in both sides have been different. When I started in my personal life 20 years ago, I was a single woman living at home. And well, now, 2 decades later, I'm married, I have 2 young kids, I have a lot of other responsibilities in my personal life. And same in my business life. When we started 2 decades ago, it was just my brother and I. And now we have 7 factories around the world. We sell in 16 countries and have thousands of team members. And so my needs as an entrepreneur have changed. And I think that it's okay and actually really important for our mentors to change in our lives as our needs change, to have that group around us. But I truly believe that having mentors is an ear to listen, definitely a brain to pick, and a push in the right direction when we face those challenges as entrepreneurs and when we need somebody else's opinion as a third party who we trust. And that is important to have around you.
Well, that makes 2 of us as backwards, by the way, so I second that opinion. But that's a whole different side conversation. I want to talk to you a little bit about ego. You brought something up that's very, very important and interesting. At one point through your journey, you're going to the bank, you're asking for financing. The bank's like, nope, not happening. You're going to have a co-signer. And the only way to get that money at that time, from what I understand, was asking your father. But there was no way you were going to get your father to walk into that bank to sign that. I'd be curious to know, as the entrepreneur that you are now, would you have made that same decision when you had access to collateral or access to financing, if you'd have investors coming in? It would have accelerated your process of growth, or are you proud and happy that that's part of the fabric of who you are and part of the story that you've been able to build with Minhas Breweries?
Yes to both. In that, you know what, at that time, there was no venture capital firms. Investment wasn't really something that anybody knew of or talked about. So it never seemed to be on the table. The only place that you went for money was, you know, I like to call love money from parents or, you know, family and or the bank. And so, you know, one of the great things about being young, I was 19 when I started in 1999, is that I was very naive, but definitely had an ego to say that I was going to do this by myself and on my own terms. And to me, having a loan from my father essentially meant that I would feel like I had somebody to not only answer to, but that would be maybe making my bigger decisions, and which I was really not wanting to have in my life at that time. But, you know, going through being an entrepreneur and having those ups and downs, which there have been a lot, and I would say that having investment is actually, and having investors that not only can help you out and be that guiding tool, as I am to many now, I think can help you maybe not only overcome those challenges faster, but in hindsight, actually help you make those mistakes that you make as a naive entrepreneur, with really nobody in your court that has done it before. And so I think that I say yes to both because in some ways, a lot of the risky decisions that I've been able to make and go all in on were because I didn't have outside investment, and it was me writing the check and putting everything on the line and having belief in myself that I could do that. But in hindsight, some of the really lows that we've had over the last 20 years, I would have loved to prevent if I had, you know, people in my court that were maybe a little more enlightened than I was. So I think that, you know, you have to go along with the decisions that you make at a certain time and point based on the opportunities that you have with you. And that wasn't an option back then. If I was starting today, yeah, I would definitely take investment. And I wouldn't do it on my own with $10,000. I would have a more diverse business plan. But I think that it made me more grittier. It made me fight more. And it really did make me work even harder because I was starting with so little and that I was really trying to prove myself. But like I say, in hindsight, if I had investment and had more money in the bank, I could have grown faster also. Now, whether or not that would have been good or not, I don't know.
You know, the actors of change that are watching us right now are at square one. They're just getting started on their journey. What do you think is the most important skill set to have as an entrepreneur? I mean, obviously we hear keywords like, you know, being versatile and malleable and having foresight and vision. But for you, what is the one non-negotiable skill set that you absolutely have to be able to propel your idea and succeed in the world of entrepreneurship?
Courage. And I say that because I truly believe that we all need to have courage. I think that we all have to be optimists also as entrepreneurs. I am the eternal optimist. Otherwise, it would be really hard to get up every day and take on the challenges of the day as an entrepreneur because you don't know what's coming your way. But I do believe that we all have to have courage. And that's what gets us through not only starting a business, but seeing it through and helping it be successful along the way and whatever our end goals and following our vision are. And don't get me wrong, having courage doesn't mean that we don't get afraid and scared. Trust me, I get scared and afraid many, many times. I'm just really good at not showing it over the years. But I get very afraid in a lot of different things because being an entrepreneur also means that you're uncomfortable a lot. And I have embraced being comfortable with being uncomfortable, you know, and taking on new challenges and understanding that's the only way that I'm going to grow. But I really do believe that you can't let fear stop you, that you do have to have courage to keep going and keep going to get to the other side of whatever you're facing as an entrepreneur. And how you do that are a lot of different ways. But I do believe the foundation of having courage for me has been learning to negotiate. And I do believe that is one skill that I was definitely not bored with, and many of us don't talk about or are taught in school or even a lot from those around us. But I truly, truly believe that you don't get what you deserve in life, you get what you negotiate. And I truly believe that we have to actually learn that skill set of negotiation or persuasion, it's called these days, whatever you might want to call it. But at the end of the day, it is something to this day I still take courses in person, online. I read tons of books about, because I truly believe that in our personal life or in our business life, we are always negotiating, and we're doing it often unconsciously. So why not take the time and the energy to do it consciously and to do it well and to do it with not only a skill, but talent, and something that I think that we all have to work on. It is nothing that, just comes naturally to anybody. And so I was negotiating with my 8-year-old this morning, and I didn't win that negotiation, but I negotiated with my husband just before this, and I won the negotiation essentially because I got the pick of the restaurant tonight for dinner. So I think that we are doing it all the time, whether we know it or not. And, one decision and one negotiation can really move the needle and change the projection of our businesses. And I think that it's really, really important that we talk about it and that we do it with intention. And I would definitely say, if there's something that I would tell everybody to take from my talk today, and my insight would be, after this is done and you log off, sign up for a negotiation course, buy a book to actually learn about the tactics of negotiation.
You were quoted as saying on CanadianBusiness.com, you said, when you think that you're doing everything right, you think that you can do everything, which is not always true. And I found that really, really powerful, because I think that applies to you in 2006 when you were thinking about expanding into wine. That obviously didn't work out the way that you wanted it to. And ironically enough, you would think that if you're in the brewery business, the wine business would be sort of another acquisition and continue on with the growth. But that wasn't the case for you. I want to talk to you a little bit about, or have you talk to us about, what that quote means, and also how you apply that in your methodology or strategy as an entrepreneur.
Yeah. So back then, when things were going well for us in the beer and the spirits business, what I thought, and I purposely say I, because if my brother was right here, he would say, no, don't put this on us. So I thought that we knew what we were doing. We had relationships with retailers. We knew manufacturing. We had marketing teams. We had sales teams. We had kind of the full package. We knew what we were doing, and we were doing well. So why not complete the portfolio and get into wine, just as you said? So I put a call out to the company, and I said, who wants to go on this wine journey with me? We're going to come out with a bunch of wines, and we will be successful. And so I got about 8 people that said, yes, let's do so. And I picked 4 that were going to be on my team to not only research, but to execute this new portfolio of ours. And, we traveled the world, and we picked 4 of the top countries that we felt were happening at that time for wine. We came out with red and white from France, Australia, South Africa, and from California. And we came out with some really fun names, because back then, all the really weird names of wines were coming out to set yourself apart. So we thought, okay, we created some fun, really unique labels. We created partnerships with some of our big retailers across the country. And we came out 6 months later with a big splash. We definitely spent a lot of money because we really felt that this was it and we were going to be successful. And initially we did well to begin with, but that's because, we had a great price point and we had some great retail presence. But very quickly, our teams discovered that it wasn't selling through again, meaning that people were not coming back the second time around or the third time around, and we weren't getting reorders from our stores. So our sales teams, and we quickly went to the ground floor and said, what's going on to our buyers and our retailers? And they said a couple of things are going on. One, if people even like the wines, when they come back and it's moved shelves, as things do in retail, they can't remember the names because they're so out there. So we thought, oh, okay, not much. We didn't spend enough time with our actual customers and focus groups coming up with names that were unique but also memorable. Okay, we can figure that out. But they said the price point definitely was what was getting people to pick it up to begin with. But in the end of the day, when they went home, they actually didn't like what was in the bottle. So you had a lot of the other things right. But in the end of the day, it looks like you forgot to spend all the time to make sure the product was great. And we sat back and thought to ourselves, wow, okay, we got so ahead of ourselves to think that we could not do anything wrong, that everything was going our way, that we spent a lot of time and energy focusing on making it pretty, getting the price, getting the label, getting the name, getting the countries right. But we didn't stick to what our original formula that made us successful was. It was spending the time and the energy to have masters, brewmasters, master distillers, and in this case, wine sommeliers, which we didn't even have on our team, to make sure that the wine itself was great. We focused too much on all of the ancillary. But in the end of the day, we discovered that we didn't do it ourselves as we did before. We weren't there from the ground up. We weren't inspecting the grapes. We weren't making sure that the quality of the wines were there, that anything was changing along the way when it came to us. And all of those things that really make a great product and were the mantra of our company, which was premium products at an everyday low price always. And so we sat back and we thought to ourselves, okay, well, we can't change all of a sudden what's in the bottle because we had a lot of cases of wine that was sitting in warehouse and storage. We couldn't change that. So we did sell through, we reduced price, we changed our marketing tactics a bit. We could change labels, we could do some other things, but we really couldn't change the matter of fact of the mistake that we made with not putting enough effort into what was in the bottle. And so, what we did, quickly retreat, and we decided not to have it out in the market anymore, our wines, because it was not only giving the rest of our products a bad rap, but it was something that our entire team and our company was dealing with, having to deal with. That's all people wanted to talk about, was how it wasn't working, how we missed the mark, how it was a massive failure and they were stuck with it. And so I, to this day, have a lot of wine sitting in my basement, aging. But we keep it around all the time in all of our offices, actually, to remind us that we do have to follow the steps all the time to make sure that we are completing the process, that we don't have that magic wand and nobody does. It took us a while to not only not eat that humble piece of pie, but to learn from that and not to be gun shy. It took us about 18 months to financially recover, which was a long time for a startup company like we were back then. I'm glad it was only 18 months and not 18 years. But it definitely taught me a lot and the team around me that helped make that decision. Also, as a leader, it really did teach me that good decisions come from experience. And experience comes from making bad decisions. And that was a bad decision. And that was on my shoulders as a leader. And so I think that we all can learn and have to learn from the failures. But also upon reflection, all these years later, is that I always wanted to understand, and I would do it again if I could, because I truly believe that, failure is temporary, but regret is forever. And that if I was thinking about it forever and ever and for years and years and put too much energy and time thinking about how we should expand into wine and how we should, and I never did it, it would have taken a lot of mental capacity of mine. And so we did it. We failed massively, but we learned from it. We got up and we fought even tougher for our beer and spirits business in order to make sure that continued to be successful. And so I think there is a lot of learnings always in failure. In hindsight, you don't feel like it when you're in the middle of it, for sure.
On that, because you've said that either you are passionate or you are an expert in what you're doing as an entrepreneur. Is that where that philosophy came from after the experience of sort of the failed expansion on the wine side? And is there any maneuverability at all for someone who might not feel they're passionate or as dedicated or expert as they are to the cause, but they see an opportunity because they're opportunists? Is that sort of one of your golden rules with no leeway, or could that be moved around for those that are watching and thinking about opportunity?
Yeah, I think opportunity is important. I think as entrepreneurs, we have to decide that as opportunities are around us all the time, we feel most importantly when to say no, because that is really hard as an entrepreneur because you want to say yes to everything. But when you see an opportunity that is in your wheelhouse and you might not be passionate about, I think that it's okay to take that opportunity, but you have to understand that success doesn't come overnight and that you are going to have to be disciplined about your business plan, about the goals, and about the journey, how you're going to take that opportunity to make it successful. Whatever your definition of success is in that moment in time. It can be to give back. It can be to be happy. It can be to be your own boss. It can be financial. So I do think that you have to, first of all, carve out your definition of success. But yes, being an opportunist is also, I think, it comes hand in hand with being an entrepreneur. But also understanding that there's going to be definite discipline involved if it isn't, your passion, that it might feel like a 9-to-5 job. And that's okay if it is something that you are willing to do.
Speaking of opportunists, you absolutely nailed it when you guys pivoted over to the hand sanitizers. I want to talk to you a little bit about the decision that you made doing that, but most importantly, also the feeling that you get knowing that not only were you able to shift and see that opportunity, but at the same time be able to help Canadians from coast to coast. That must be an incredible feeling to see what you've been able to accomplish.
Yes, definitely. If you would have asked me March 12th, March 15th even, I would have never said that we would have got into the hand sanitizer business, even though many great distilleries in this country and in North America were doing so, and we commended them. And, like many people thought that this COVID thing would last just a couple weeks. But about 10 days into the pandemic, we got a phone call from a regional health authority. And we didn't actually take their call, my brother and I, during the day. At about 9 o'clock at night, I called them back, and they said to us that, you've been great partners of us in liquor. We actually have a massive need for hand sanitizer in our hospitals and in our doctor's offices, etc. Would you be able to provide hand sanitizer right away to us that has no allergens, no fragrance, that has just 3 ingredients, also be approved formulations, etc., etc. And we listened and we said, okay, well, let us make a decision. We will get back to you in 24 hours because it wasn't something that we had even considered. And so I got our executive team, we convened, and I said, listen, this is what we're being asked. What does everybody think? Everybody went around with their opinions. And my opinion was that, listen, as an entrepreneur, you don't get many times in life to give back at the scale that we would have been able to at that point in time. We didn't know for how long. We didn't know at what sacrifice. We didn't know at what cost. But all we knew is that we are in a position that we have scale and we have capacity in order to give back not only to that health authority, but to a lot of others that we discovered we were getting phone calls from. Some very big operations across the country that were looking for hand sanitizer for staff function at that portion because they were essential service workers, whether it be grocery, transportation, a variety of different things. And so I said, listen, I think that it's important that we take this decision very wholeheartedly and that we understand there will be some sacrifices, but I am willing to take those sacrifices on. And so within 24 hours, we decided, yes, we were going to pause 4 of our distilleries from making vodka and gin and whiskey, and we were going to make hand sanitizer. And we were going to make it around the clock. We were going to get bottles, get labels, get approval of formulation, get Health Canada approval, And we were going to go in and do this all in. And we were going to donate half of it to essential service workers and charities and homeless shelters and a variety of other charitable organizations that needed it. And we were going to do it wholeheartedly. And so I work a lot, but I've never worked so much in my life as I did in March, April, and May, because it was a completely new business for us. And we wanted to make sure that we did it right. And so what we thought would last 3 to 4 weeks has lasted, 5.5 months now. And at last count, I think we were at 13 million bottles and counting still. And so it is something that we will continue to make because there definitely is still a need. But it was the definition of a hard pivot that we had to make a decision very quickly. And we made a decision based on not only what we could provide, but what we were capable of doing.
I find it fascinating when you look at the entrepreneur spirit. It's often tied to the generation that they're from. So you look at the baby boomer mentality, you look at Generation X mentality, and now you look at millennials, and we have quite a few that are going to be participating in the Cooperathon. We hear about are challenges. We hear about obstacles. We hear about challenges, how things are not the way they used to be, etc. But the Cooperathon is all about hope. It's all about positivity. It's all about momentum. I would love to hear what you think is the great opportunity that's in front of this next generation of entrepreneurs, because right now they need a little bit of that lifting, that soul lifting right now.
Yeah. First and foremost, what I want to say is that life isn't fair. Deal with it, as entrepreneurs. My grandfather used to say that to me growing up, and I didn't really understand it until I became an entrepreneur myself. And I really did think that the world was a fair place before that, but quickly discovered it's not. But that is the world that we live in, and that's okay, because you know what? There are opportunities in that also, and there are advantages that we all have. We are all extremely unique, and we have different talents and skills, and that is each of our superpower. I truly believe that, you have to be an optimist, no matter what, not only now, but, 12 months before this, 12 months after this. I think that positivity and learning to take on challenges in an optimistic way and using them not only as a story to tell when you get through it and you get on the other side is really important. But you do have to trust the process of being an entrepreneur and understand that there is a process. And you know what? Personally, I thrive and I love taking on challenges. If life was so easy for everybody, where would the challenge and the success be in that? I truly believe that, you have to be brave enough to suck at something new. And how do you do that? You wake up and say, what am I going to learn today? What am I going to tackle today? How am I going to change not only my world, but the world around me? Even if you move it a little bit, the needle a little bit, it is something that you are doing for the positive. And if you can, make some money along the way and help some others around you, create jobs, create revenue for this country, pay some taxes, I think all of that is absolutely great. So, I truly believe that this journey that we're all on that is called life definitely is not easy, but that is the fun part of it. Learning something new and learning from those around you. And then, when you do have success, it is definitely sweeter when you've had to fight for it. And I think that it's important for, like you say, millennials and new startups to understand that nothing was given to anybody, that every company goes through ups and downs. Nobody's journey is a straight line. The media might sometimes make it look like it is, but nobody has had overnight success. I mean, anybody will tell you that has been an entrepreneur or started anything is that you don't know the backstory. You never know all of the challenges and the sacrifices that somebody has had in order to get to where they are, to be able to look and seem uber successful, and all the challenges that they're fighting behind the scenes constantly, COVID or not, pandemic or not. So I am truly an optimist, and I truly believe that we all have to be and should be, not only now, but in the future.
You know, one of the things I'm a firm believer of is that you don't need to do anything extraordinary well. You have to do, or anything or extraordinary, you need to do every single thing you do daily extraordinary well. And it's really about those little things day by day that you do really well that end up getting you to where you need to be. One of the things that I found is the entrepreneurs lack discipline very often. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of discipline in your success and also your day-to-day and how instrumental that is to keep this machine moving, but more importantly, to keep the goals and dreams you have as an entrepreneur alive.
Yeah, you just basically said my motto in life, which is you master one day at a time. And I definitely have always done that from I remember my junior high days, to be honest. I always had, a diary that I wrote time by time from classes to homework to activities to like even what shows I was going to watch. And I still live that way. I live in a very scheduled world, and that, that's where my comment comes about being very disciplined. I believe that for me, the most productivity I get is by being really structured. And I find comfort in structure. I find comfort in hour chunks. That is definitely something that I discovered by experiment. I did 2 hours, I did half hour, and I discovered that 1 hour chunks of time to be on a task is how I get the most productivity. I don't do longer meetings than an hour. I tackle my big decisions first thing in the morning. I schedule those things also to be first thing in the morning. I even schedule me time and free time and family time because it's important for everybody around me in all of my worlds to make sure that they know where I am and what I'm doing and how they're a part of that. Because nobody is successful and does anything on their own. It takes a team, and it takes a team at home. It takes a team at the office. And I think that it's important to understand that you have to communicate that in order to be productive and in order to get everybody on side to understand what you're doing and what your goals are. Very open with that. But I truly do believe in mastering the day and doing it one day at a time. And believe me, before you know it, weeks, months, years, and decades have passed you by, and you will be able to say, wow, I've accomplished a lot. And not to say that everything goes according to plan. I have a plan all the time, trust me. But it doesn't go according to plan a lot of the time. And that's okay. I truly believe in having only plan A, because having plan B can distract from that major plan. But understanding that you do have to be able to make decisions and pivot and evolve and change when needed to take on what comes your way, because you can't predict all of it that is coming your way. And you can't control all of your surroundings. But I do believe that what you can control, that you should. And you know what? The rest you should be open to understanding that you have confidence in making those decisions that you need to make in that point in time. But also understanding that I don't spend usually more than 5 minutes making and muddling and pondering over decisions that aren't going to matter in 5 years. And so I think that is also important to understand that you can make a decision and you can revert back to it. Most decisions that we make in life are not finite. Some things are, maybe whether to have a baby and a variety of other things, but not that many decisions that they are finite. And so I truly believe in the rule also. Like I said, if don't spend more than 5 minutes on it, it's not going to matter in 5 years. And I think that is a way to also stay disciplined and not research and spend a lot of time and energy on things that in the bigger picture don't really carry enough weight.
Yeah, I agree. Time's going to fly anyway, so you might as well be structured and squeeze in as much as you can in the process.
I agree.
Curious to know, we look at the first few chapters of your book, and it's a pretty good read so far, by the way. What do these next chapters look like? Where will you be? Where do you want to be, and where will you be in a couple years from now if we have this conversation?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't spend too much time thinking about that, to be honest, because I have plans, sure. But I can tell you, looking back on any of the plans I have made, they haven't gone according to plan when you look that far out. And I think that, you know what, it's something that I don't usually speak publicly about because I don't want to ever be taken back and say, you said this and that didn't happen, or you said this and, you know, that happened. I am not a pundit by any means. I think that we all have to have a plan and some goals in mind, but they are ever evolving too as the world around us is changing. So I hope that you'll see bigger things and you'll be announcing that I'm not 10, that, you know, I'm somewhere up on that scale, higher up than 10th largest brewery and distillery. But I hope to be still in this industry. I hope to be, you know, I'm still mentoring and investing in others and in our country and help moving the dial as far as being, you know, board member on lots of public, private, and charitable organizations in this country and giving back. But, you know, in short, I don't know where I will be. If you would have asked me 6 years ago, I wouldn't say I'd be on your TV every Thursday night. So I think that me predicting where I will be in years to come is nothing I am going to say out loud.
Well, you're safe for now, but we still got you on tape, so we'll play that tape back in a short while from now. Right before we let you go, I'd love to have a few parting words for those that are watching, those that are contemplating taking that step and jumping off, you know, and just rolling with their beliefs and their faith in themselves. Do you have any words for them as they embark on this incredible 5th edition of the Cooperathon?
Do it. I say jump in with both feet. You know, I think many of us spend a lot of time thinking and dreaming, and that's important, but none of those dreams will come to fruition until you jump in with both feet and you start. I think that fear holds too many of us back. Understand that you don't know it all, and that's okay. Be open to learning, but you got to do it. And as far as the time goes, you know what? I have in all of my notebooks right at the front, and I have many because I am one that takes a lot of notes and doodles a lot. I truly believe that when everything seems like it's going against you, remember that airplanes, they take off against the wind, not with it. And that's not my saying, that's Henry Ford's famous saying. And I think that that's really important to understand that there will always be challenges, always, whether we be in this pandemic or not. There will always be challenges and winds against you. But you know what? You do have to take on the opportunities and understand that there's always opportunities to be had. A lot of people, when I started saying, oh, how is she going to be successful? Like she got 3 notches against her right to start off with. She's a woman, she's young, and she's Indian. Talk about not what the industry looked like and my competitors look like. And I very early on decided that, you know what, I'm going to make those my advantages because I'm going to stand out in a room and I'm going to stand out for the right reasons. And so I think that everybody has to realize what are their advantages and what are their superpowers, because we've all got them. It's just a matter of paying attention to them and being self-aware enough to realize them and then to use those to propel yourself. So I would say start and let your journey start today, not tomorrow.
Feels like we were just getting warmed up. It was such a treat, Manjit, to have you with us at the Cooperathon. Really, thank you so much for taking some time with us. Thank you for sharing your experiencing and inspiring so many women entrepreneurs. You are, as far as I'm concerned, a great role model, and thank you very much for taking some time with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. J'espère que vous avez apprécié les conférences jusqu'à maintenant.
I hope you've appreciated everything you've heard so far. Use the hashtag Cooperathon20 on your social networks.
Cooperathon20 hashtag, let's get it trending in Canada. Bon, est-ce qu'on continue? Super. Permettez-moi de vous présenter.
All right, moving right along, I'd like to introduce the Chief Executive Officer of Duvernois Inc. You're familiar with him because he's the creator of Pure Vodka and Romeo's Gin. He's co-founder of Adoptic. He's an author, a journalist, and a successful entrepreneur, and one of my friends. I'm, of course, introducing Nicolas Duvernois. Hi, Nick. How are you doing? I'm doing well. Over to you. Well, thank you very much. you know, I was listening to Manjit, and I thought to myself, that's the female English-speaking version of myself in English-speaking Canada, because we've had almost the same experience, particularly during the beginning of the pandemic, when we decided to switch over to producing hand sanitizers. So it was interesting to hear my story, but told by somebody completely different. I could have just left, you know, and said, you know what, my story is exactly the same as Manjit's. Anyway, that was a wonderful experience, and I'm particularly happy to be here today. Obviously, because I'm happy to take part in the Cooperathon, but also because we're focusing a great deal on innovation, and innovation is something that is very dear to my heart. I've never actually understood what innovation is. Obviously, when you say the word innovation, well, it seems like a very smart concept. But often when people say innovation, it's because they're running for office and they want to win. It's a popular term during electoral periods, but I'd like to examine this more closely, and I'd like to tell you my story, and through my story, I'd like to share a couple of anecdotes to illustrate what innovation means to me. So, my name is Nicolas. I founded a company that is specialized on the production of canned cocktails and spirits. That goes back 14 years. I'm not getting any younger. In 2006, I had just graduated from university, and I thought that I would jump into business. Why? Well, because I discovered that moving into the business sector gave me a lot of freedom. There weren't many rules. There are some rules, we'll come back to that later, but there were no sort of limits or constraints. The world was your oyster, if you like. We read plenty of stories of this sort of thing, of these sort of possibilities, and we knew that if you had a powerful idea, it could really take you very far. So, when I finished my political sciences studies, it wasn't my first choice. I wanted to be an architect, but I didn't have the right grades to be accepted into architecture, so I completed my studies in political science, and I opened my first business, a restaurant. I'll tell you the truth. I opened my restaurant, but I closed it pretty quickly after. It was a disaster. But it's through this failure that I discovered the popularity of vodka. I had to do all my purchasing, of course, and I discovered that I was buying a lot of vodka from my restaurant, even though it was often half empty. And I wondered how come I was consuming so much vodka. And I thought, people must be stealing it. It's not possible. How is it possible that people are consuming so much vodka? But then when I had a look at what people were actually ordering, often what they wanted was martinis or cocktails based on vodka. So I thought that I would begin by buying a Quebec vodka. I like local products. And if I can't find a Quebec product, I'll buy a Canadian product. So I went to the Quebec Liquor Corporation store nearby, and I asked my consultant there to recommend a Quebec vodka, and he said, I've never heard of one. And I was very surprised to hear that, because I didn't know very much about vodka, but I just knew that the better the quality of the water, the better the quality of the vodka. And we have wonderful water in Quebec, so I was convinced that there had to be tons of good local vodka being produced. So he started to look around on his computer, and he thought, that's weird, I've never heard of a Quebec vodka. And as soon as he said there is no Quebec vodka at the SAQ, at the Liquor Corporation, that I launched myself into this new adventure. I thought, okay, this is a fabulous opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For once, I'm going to be the first, the only one to produce a local vodka. I've had this idea, and that's why I decided to do this. Now, you know, it was quite a complex process. I mean, just like Manjit was saying, all the different things that made her stand out. Well, I had the same qualities, as it were, slightly different from her. Okay, I wore earrings, I was young, I had a degree in political science, and my head was shaved. And I had very little money, because I had to invest all my money in the failed restaurant. I'd lost all my money, so I was pretty much poor. So it took a long time. It took 4 years with the help of Marie-Caroline, my girlfriend at the time, now my wife. We did everything. I worked. I went back to my student job. I was a janitor at Hôpital Sainte-Justine because I wanted to self-finance my venture. I couldn't believe that I didn't have everything it took to succeed. When somebody said, no, you're not going to make it, I'd say, well, how come, why are you thinking I'm not going to succeed? So I decided, you know what, I'm going to go on my own. I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to finance myself and fling myself into this venture. So it's in January 2010 that we sold our first bottle of vodka, and I'm very, very proud of this. And in fact, we sold our first bottle on St. Catherine Street in the Signature store. That's where we sold it. This is a particularly high prestige store. So that's how the whole adventure began. And I would say that this was the first time I encountered the concept of innovation, because the term innovation, people often think that it's something that requires scientists in a lab, that it's very technological, it's highly complex. People think, oh, it takes researchers with PhDs in nuclear engineering. But basically, innovations that have revolutionized our everyday lives, innovations that have led to things that we use every day in our lives, these are often very basic, very simple. I often give the following example. Somebody who doesn't want to keep carrying heavy suitcases decides to put little wheels under the suitcases. Or somebody else who doesn't like to have to raise his eyes to look at the time on a clock on the wall and designs a watch. And then somebody decides to stop taking the stairs. It was too complicated. His house was too high, so he invented the elevator. These are very simple, basic concepts to us now, but they were revolutionary, and they're good examples of innovation. Now, how can you succeed? Well, by innovating. And how does one innovate in a sector or an industry or with respect to a product that's been around for 600 years? Well, I decided to do exactly the opposite of what everyone else was doing. When I designed my business plan for my vodka, I realized that everybody was talking about cocktails, 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 with vanilla and various other ingredients, each more complex than the last. Sometimes you couldn't even find the ingredients. You had to go to a little very specific grocery store to get the last ingredient for your cocktail. And I wondered how come people were focusing so much on the quality of a product, but then at the same time, when it comes to promoting this product, all people talked about was mixing it with dozens of other ingredients. I thought, no, I'm going to create a sipping vodka. I'm going to be the first one to talk only about pure vodka, on ice, on the rocks, or neat. I wanted to be different. I couldn't do it by means of a big advertising campaign to promote what made me different. So I thought, I'm just going to do the reverse of what everybody else is doing. I'm going to talk only about my vodka, the quality of the vodka. And that's why we talk about, it's a pure vodka. That's why I gave it the name, Pure Vodka. So it was successful, but I can tell you that it was a complicated venture. Growing a business is just as complicated as growing anything else. So the years went by, and I decided that I wanted to launch other products. I was always interested in gin. Even before there came this wave of popularity for gin, I already loved it. I thought it was a very attractive product, but nevertheless, the comments I would hear about gin, and often when I was tasting a new product, it always had the same flavors. You know, they often tasted like pine trees or woods. It had a slightly medicinal taste. So I thought to myself, no, I'm going to reinvent this industry. I'm going to reinvent this whole universe. Why not launch a gin that has a completely different flavor? Innovation sometimes means that when everybody's looking to the right, you look to the left. So when everybody's seated, you have to stand up. When everybody's silent, you have to ask a question. So I figured, okay, gins all taste this way. I'm going to make mine taste a completely different way. And so that's how, just as with vodka, we became very well known in the industry, because we're providing products in categories that already exist, but that are very different from all the others in that category. Now, we're no longer talking even about the quality of a pure vodka. It's won 174 international awards. It's sold everywhere. It won the World Vodka Masters Award. So it's a success. Now, as far as Romeo's Gin is concerned, we designed a completely different flavor profile and with a completely different brand image. In the past, you know, people sold gin in these small bottles that looked as though they were selling medication. But we decided to make something much fancier with bright colors, and we had artists design the labels, and this created a lot of talk, and that's how we were able to set ourselves aside from everybody. And throughout all this process, we used the same approach always. Every time we designed a new product, we wanted a high-quality product, something that would be attractive, visually attractive and interesting and attractive, and always a product that would be slightly different from whatever else was on the shelves. So basically, what does it mean for me? It means asking one more question or reading on subjects that are of no interest. It's too easy to listen to a podcast on a topic that's of interest to us or read a book that's on a subject that we're already interested in. But sometimes innovation happens in a detail that you find somewhere else. I was listening to a podcast the other day, for example, a podcast on how to do urban agriculture. This is a new trend that you've probably heard about, and I hope it's here to stay. But it wasn't a topic I was that familiar with. And in fact, I wasn't madly drawn to it. I wasn't that interested. And you know what? In just listening to that podcast, I discovered a fascinating universe which gave me some new ideas on how I could manage our own waste. So you see that innovation is something that you can find everywhere. Another point, innovation isn't a recipe. Innovation is a moment. It's a moment that happens after thousands of small details that life sends your way. So I wanted to share all these anecdotes with you before handing back to you. So when we began producing hand sanitizer, that was something entirely new for us. It's not as though one day I woke up and said, oh, let's make some hand sanitizer. This happened as a result of two very specific discussions. First of all, I was watching the news on NBC, and I thought, oh, that's what I have to do. That gave me the idea. So moving back to the 12th of March 2020, it seems like years ago, but it's only 6 months ago. And on the 12th of March 2020, that was a very difficult day. It was the last day of the filming of our version of Dragon's Den, and then the very next day, the government was beginning to lock things down. And during that day, I was talking with friends. Some of them are entrepreneurs, some not. I was talking about the situation we were experiencing, and at one point, I was talking to a friend who works for the Liquor Corporation at the SAQ, and I asked him, well, what's happening? Restaurants are closed, stores are closed, what's happening? And he said, oh no, it's very complex. We have all kinds of standards to comply with, and we don't have all the tools that we need to protect ourselves, all the products. And I said, what do you mean, protect yourself? What are you missing? He said, well, look, we don't even have any hand sanitizer, just to tell you how bad it is. And I thought, oh, okay, I knew nothing about this, much like Manjit. I figured, okay, there's no hand sanitizer at the SAQ. I guess you can buy it elsewhere. A few hours later, one of my friends working in the emergency department of Hôpital Sainte-Justine calls me up, and I said, how's it going? It must be very complex because you never know when the COVID wave is going to reach your emergency department. And she said, oh, it's so complex. For every patient, you have to treat the patient as though he potentially had COVID, so we use a great deal of PPE, and we're missing a lot of supplies. I said, in hospital, what are you missing? And she said, well, we're missing hand sanitizer. And I thought, you too? So the SAQ doesn't have hand sanitizer, and the emergency department of your hospital doesn't have hand sanitizer, but it still hadn't clicked in my mind. Sometimes it takes a third hit at the nail before it really sinks in. So that evening, I was listening to the news on the American news channel, and there was a gin producer in Vermont who'd been approached by his local county hospital. The hospital had asked him to produce hand sanitizer because they had a shortage, so they needed him to produce hand sanitizer. I said, oh, that's impossible. How can there not be enough hand sanitizer? So I went on to Google, did a bit of research, and I said, look, there seems to be a worldwide scarcity. It's completely nuts. So how does one actually manufacture hand sanitizer? So once again, I turned to Google. I was still on Google, and I just punched in recipe for hand sanitizer, and I fell onto the website of the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control in the US, which gave a recipe for hand sanitizer. And I thought, well, that's very simple. I'm going to start producing hand sanitizer. So I sent a text to my head of finance and operations, and I said, Alexandre, how many liters of alcohol do we have left? We have a lot of bulk alcohol. It's part of the supply before we develop our vodka or our gin or any other product that we put out. And I said, how much bulk do we have? And he said 27,000 liters. So rather than sending him a major text to explain what I was going to do, I simply sent him the link to the CDC's hand sanitizer recipe. So It's about 10:30 at night. I'm in the living room next to my wife, and I send a text to my chief financial officer. I send him a recipe for hand sanitizer, and a couple of seconds later, the text has barely had time to go out. I see those 3 little dots, you know, when somebody's sending back a text, and sometimes you're a bit anxious about what you're going to read, and he answers, "That's not a bad idea." And when your chief financial officer says, "That's not a bad idea," for an entrepreneur myself, I've got an idea every 30 seconds, well, you jump on it and you run. So that very night, I drew up a very quick business plan, and then a few days later, we were able to sell our very first bottle. It was a gallon bottle of hand sanitizer. I love this story because it's a good example of the fact that when you have the idea to do something entirely new, well, it takes many, many different signals for you to click into that idea. And if you do nothing with all these ideas, nothing will happen. But it's a little bit like a recipe. You take all these little ideas and ingredients, and you can finally come up with something fabulous. And that is how we were able to launch into the manufacturing of hand sanitizer. And in fact, we've become an essential supplier to a number of companies because demand is very high, and we've been very proud to be able to help. And this is still ongoing now. We provide help to everybody working in the health sector. So that's what I wanted to talk about. Crazy ideas, innovation, and how you can get new ideas. And then the most important point, that'll be my take-home message, is don't try to reinvent everything. Don't try to make your lives too complicated. Sometimes a very tiny idea, a simple idea, will work well. An idea that will change your life and an idea that will change society. Those are the ones that are going to be successful. Okay, so the go-ahead is, for an entrepreneur, the go-ahead is, that's not a bad idea. That was your message from your chief financial officer. So before we move on, I'd like to ask you a question. If you had one of the participants of the Cooperathon in front of you, virtually of course, what advice would you give that person, advice that could apply immediately? Be curious. If you're curious, you'll be the wealthiest man or woman on earth, because when you're curious about something, you'll always find an answer. So regardless where you're working, what you're doing, you will find the solution, you'll find the answer, you'll find the person you have to talk to. You will have read something in, let's say, a hunting and fishing magazine. Even if you're a vegetarian, you will find an idea, a nugget. Curiosity is the basis for all success. Well, earlier you were talking about a recipe that involves many, many ingredients, cocktail recipes. What about the ingredient that I'm most interested in, passion? I'm assuming that that's a very important ingredient in any successful recipe for an entrepreneur. Well, you know what? If you want to move into business, if you don't have passion for your project, you'll never be able to go through all the ups and downs and pull yourself through, because you have to suffer through certain things if you want to be successful. Success isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. You know, when you've run 20 kilometers, you've got another 20 or 22, I don't remember the length of an actual marathon, but you may be only halfway through and you have to keep running. So you have to base this on passion. Because after all, who would agree to sacrifice his life almost day and night for 4 years, washing the floors in a hospital, having his girlfriend earn enough money for the two of you, and asking your parents for help because you're developing your business, and you're on the recall list at the hospital, and you have to go in to wash the floors if you want to survive financially? You have to have passion. To get through all those difficulties and headwinds, you have to have passion. Sometimes you move forward, you're most successful in difficult times. Could you give us some examples of those particular crucial moments, those turning points, and how you were able to get through them and how you were able to evolve and move forward as an entrepreneur? Well, I was very lucky because I started in business, particularly with Pure Vodka, 2 weeks after having met my girlfriend, who is now my wife and the mother of my 3 children. And I remember a very specific moment where we were sort of halfway across the desert. We'd already launched Pure Vodka. It was successful to a certain degree, but you know, it had a good reputation, but it wasn't actually bringing in much money yet. People think that you're a millionaire because you're selling product, but you still have to reimburse your debt and invest in the future. So you're still washing floors in the hospital because people think that you keep all the money you make for yourself, but there are 2 types of entrepreneur. entrepreneurs who live for their business and entrepreneurs who live off their business. But I live for my business. I'm an employee of my business. So I remember a very specific moment. We were so busy, so exhausted, and we were facing a wall, and we had to ask ourselves, okay, what are we going to do? We couldn't give up because we'd already sold our first bottle, and we couldn't give up. That's not part of my DNA. So we wondered, okay, what should we do? So we were lying on our bed in our little half-basement apartment. We were sitting on our bed, and I had my dog next to me, Romeo, and we were actually crying. We were so tired we were crying, and we realized that we were basically so exhausted. That's why we were crying, because we believed in our dream, in our project. And that was a real eye-opener for me. What that taught me is that having emotions as a business person, that's a very good thing. Being afraid is a very good thing. Crying, sobbing, not knowing what to do, that's a good thing. If you're Superman, Superwoman, it's not going to work. You have to be humble, even when you're successful. You have to be humble as you move towards success, and you have to be humble in the understanding that life is going to send you some curveballs. You just have to catch them. It's normal when you're exhausted and have no money and you're facing a wall that you cry. And it's normal not to understand why things aren't moving forward more quickly. But patience will lead to pleasure. And nobody's going to win a marathon after 100 meters. It always takes the 42 kilometers. So be patient, be perseverant, and sometimes accept that things are going to go badly and that you're going to be suffering. Now, for the generation listening to us now, participants in the Cooperathon, where does opportunity lie? If they want to be entrepreneurs, where can they find opportunity? Well, I would say that it's the new industrial revolution. We're at the fifth or sixth, I don't know. It's not going to be an industrial revolution. In actual fact, it's going to be a social revolution. Because the pandemic we're living in has sped up a generational shift. A shift in values, principles, a change in how we live. And today's entrepreneurs who are starting in business to be successful personally, but also to be successful for society, their project is designed to help society, their neighbors, somebody they don't know, a village across the world, somewhere else. These are the people who are really going to be creating the foundations of a new economy. I am 100% convinced of this. So, in closing, Nicolas, do you have any messages or any closing words that you would like to share with our change makers who are going to be taking part in the Cooperathon? Well, you know me well, so you've taken the words out of my mouth. You know that I am fascinated by people, and I am attracted to people who are authentic, who are passionate, who are true and real, and people who are a little bit stressed. Manjit maybe will agree with me. I love seeing an entrepreneur, but wait until I finish, who's stressed, because that means that what he or she is doing is important. You know, the people who show up and they're confident and they say, yep, I'm in 17 months from now, I'm going to be creating the new Google and this is how it's going to work. Well, I don't like that very much. Somebody who has to restart his pitch 3 or 4 times because he's got dry mouth or his hands are shaking, or you need to take a break because he needs to drink a bit of water, that's the kind of person I like. Because if it matters so much to him that his very body is talking about it, that means that there's true passion, and that's what it takes. Thank you very much, Nicolas, for having been with us. It's been a wonderful experience. You're very inspiring. You've got wonderful advice for all of us, and this is going to be very valuable to us for the remainder of the Cooperathon. Thank you so much for having joined us, and the best of success. And of course, we're going to have an opportunity to meet with you again later on. See you soon, Nicolas. Thank you very much.
Ceci conclut le premier bloc de conférence. Ce bloc fut commun aux 3 chaînes, soit les 1, 2 et 3. Mais à partir de ce moment, la programmation va varier selon la chaîne dans laquelle vous êtes. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first block of conferences. Time flies when you're having fun. The content you just watched was the same across all channels. However, as of now, the programming will now change based on what channel you go to. Dans la chaîne 1, vous pourrez voir les 4 startups canadiennes qui auront une conversation avec les dragons Manjit et Nicolas en direct. Le tout sera suivi avec les partenaires des défis qui présenteront leurs défis et finalement d'un panel sur les écosystèmes d'innovation canadiens. On Channel 1, you could watch 4 Canadian startups have a conversation with the Dragons Manjit and Nicolas live. That will be followed by the partners presenting their challenges and finally a panel on Canadian Innovation Ecosystems. Dans la chaîne 2, vous pourrez entendre des cas concrets sur comment commercialiser l'innovation ouverte avec succès. Ce panel sera suivi d'une séance d'information sur la compétition et des partenaires de défi pour conclure avec un échange exclusif entre messieurs Paul Desmarais et David No. On Channel 2, you can watch a panel on how to successfully market open innovation. This will be followed by a fireside chat with Mr. Paul Desmarais and David No. Et finalement, dans la chaîne 3, vous pourrez entendre des échanges sur l'impact social, un panel sur la diversité et l'inclusion, et pour conclure, un panel Tech for Good. On Channel 3, you'll hear about social impact, a panel on diversity and inclusion, and finally, a great panel on Tech for Good. Vous pouvez très bien rester sur votre chaîne sur laquelle vous êtes en ce moment, car la conférence y continuera sans que vous ayez à toucher quoi que ce soit. Sachez aussi que vous pourrez changer de chaîne à tout moment à partir du site web du Cooperathon ou sur nos médias sociaux. Feel free to keep watching the channel you're on right now or switch channels at any moment on the Cooperathon's website or on our social media. Mon nom est Adam Reed et je vous souhaite une bonne continuation de conférence. My name is Adam Reed and on behalf of the entire team, enjoy the rest of your conference.
Alors, bonjour à tous et bienvenue, Michael, à ce fireside chat. Alors, on est au coin du feu, on est entre nous, donc très cosy, chacun chez soi. Alors, merci d'avoir accepté d'être avec moi aujourd'hui pour parler de la diversité et de l'inclusion, donc un sujet qui nous tient à cœur tous les deux. Alors, malheureusement, je ne t'entends pas, Michael.
Ah, je m'excuse. Est-ce que vous m'entendez maintenant? Toujours des problèmes techniques.
Bon, alors ça veut vraiment dire qu'on est live, toi et moi, donc c'est super. Mais écoute, j'aimerais qu'on commence notre échange par une question qui va venir positionner le sens de la diversité et de l'inclusion dans notre société. Pourquoi le sujet de la diversité et de l'inclusion est important aujourd'hui, Michael?
Je vais répondre à cette première en anglais. So I believe that inclusion and diversity, it's an imperative in our business world, as our businesses are a microcosm of our society. if we look at the Canadian landscape, we have a very diverse population, which is defined by cultural differences, different sexual orientation or gender identities, people with different types of disabilities, religions, etc. Historically, organizations have not always been open to hiring or promoting employees who were deemed different, which often led to a very homogeneous workforce with limited diversity. This is particularly true as you move up the management ladder within an organization. So my belief is that it's the responsibility of our companies to reflect all aspects of society within its workforce and indeed go out of its way to make sure that that goal is met. This is where inclusion and diversity becomes a critical role within an organization to help management first understand its blind spots and then create a plan to address many of the deficiencies. And it's above all a societal issue. We should be making sure that all members of society have fair and equal opportunities to succeed within the workforce. But it also helps organizations expand their markets. I mean, historically, you've had that homogeneous workforce trying to meet diverse markets, and they haven't understood the message. So if you've got a workforce who understands these diverse communities, it's only going to help your organization to be able to expand out there. So that's really where I think it becomes important in organizations.
Oui, écoute, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec toi, Michael. Puis, je pense que en plus de tous tes points, ce qu'on peut rappeler également, ce sont les chiffres. Donc, on sait qu'aujourd'hui, les équipes qui sont diversifiées sont 35% plus performantes que des équipes non diversifiées. Alors ça, c'est un premier point. Puis, quand on parle de diversité, alors on le voit souvent, surtout dans les organisations québécoises, nous sommes malheureusement loin d'une parité dans les comités de direction, les comités d'administration. Alors, c'est clair qu'il faut qu'on fasse des efforts à ce sujet. Et puis, je te dirais que pour Desjardins, donc quand on parle d'être à l'avantage du membre client, il faut s'assurer que les organisations, donc comme Desjardins, soient le reflet de la société qu'ils desservent. Alors ça va être très important. Puis, je pense que ce qu'on doit retenir aussi, c'est qu'avec les derniers événements, il ne faut pas que ça soit un one-time event, c'est-à-dire qu'on veut, c'est pas parce que c'est cool qu'on parle des comités culturels, c'est pas parce que c'est cool qu'on parle davantage de femmes, mais parce que c'est juste. Et parce que c'est un besoin en fait de société, donc justement de rééquilibrer en fait les forces entre les différentes diversités qu'on a. Alors toi, Pierre, au sein d'un grand cabinet donc comme KPMG, Michael, plusieurs industries, quels sont les grands obstacles à relever selon toi pour faire émerger cette diversité?
Mais pour moi, ça commence avec l'éducation. Je parlais du communauté noire, mais ça s'applique à tous les communautés qui sont pas bien représentés dans le monde. Pour un long temps, on a entendu dans la communauté noire ou dans les organisations qu'il n'y avait pas beaucoup de professionnels noirs parce que le talent pool, c'était limité. Puis on a entendu juste la semaine prochaine, le CEO de Wells Fargo aux États-Unis a dit cette même chose, qu'il n'y avait pas beaucoup de gens qui étaient qualifiés pour avancer dans les organisations. Mais on sait que ce n'est pas le cas. On sait qu'il y a beaucoup de gens dans les communautés noires, dans toutes les communautés qui sont very experienced. They have all of the qualities to move up within these organizations, mais ils sont jamais donné la chance. Ils sont pas donné la chance soit pour être engagés chez une organisation ou mieux avoir le sponsorship dans une organisation pour avancer. Fait que ça commence avec l'éducation pour dire pour tous les exécutifs dans nos organisations, à leur dire, c'est pas vraiment le cas que ça n'existe pas des gens dans ces communautés qui sont capables de travailler dans votre domaine. Ils sont là, mais il faut aller les trouver. Il faut être vraiment intentionnel pour aller regarder puis voir où sont les gens, comment est-ce qu'on peut les intégrer dans nos organisations, puis s'assurer qu'ils ont les mêmes chances que tous les autres. Ça commence vraiment avec l'éducation. Je pense que dans les dernières 10 années, on a fait beaucoup de progrès. On a fait des progrès avec des femmes dans des organisations pour s'assurer dans la communauté LGBTQ. Ça commence, mais il y a beaucoup de communautés qui ne sont pas bien servies. Puis il faut faire des grands pas pour s'assurer que ça continue. C'est une raison que les initiatives comme Black North sont très importantes parce que c'est vraiment nos exécutifs qui font un commitment pour dire on va regarder ces problèmes-là, puis on va s'assurer, puis on va donner notre commitment pour s'assurer qu'on a de l'équité dans nos organisations.
Ah oui, tout à fait, je suis d'accord avec toi, Miguel, et puis Michael. Puis c'est vrai, en fait, c'est une responsabilité des organisations. Alors, chez Desjardins aussi, vous savez, pour nous, c'est important d'engager, en fait, les gestionnaires, donc ils s'engagent, en fait, à mettre plus de diversité et d'inclusion donc, au niveau des gestionnaires, mais également conscientiser tous les employés que c'est un enjeu, que c'est un défi également au sein de l'organisation. Puis, ce que je dirais aussi, en plus de ce que tu as dit, Michael, c'est aussi qu'il faut bâtir des ponts. Donc, le dialogue est très important. Donc, en fait, d'être curieux des uns et des autres, je pense que c'est la première chose aussi qu'il faut avoir. Vous savez, on n'a pas besoin forcément que de femmes pour parler de la promotion des femmes, on a besoin des hommes aussi. La même chose, donc on n'a pas forcément besoin de restreindre les discussions entre minorités visibles. Au contraire, on veut ouvrir la discussion donc avec les Caucasiens, les Blancs pour avoir justement de la diversité. Alors, vous savez, chez Desjardins, on fait également beaucoup d'ateliers de biais inconscients pour justement essayer de biais inconscients qui nous empêchent finalement d'aller vers l'autre pour mieux le comprendre et donc d'avoir des débats ouverts. Alors, je pense que c'est vraiment important qu'on ait un dialogue donc, qui permette de faire émerger une nouvelle vision du monde. En fait, finalement, nous sommes tous des citoyens du monde. On n'a pas besoin d'avoir des monologues entre nous parce que je pense que les femmes n'ont pas besoin de se convaincre qu'il faut les propulser. Également, la même chose pour les minorités visibles, mais c'est au contraire d'aller chercher des alliés qui vont nous permettre de faire avancer ce sujet. Alors, je pense que c'est tout à fait important, puis je suis tout à fait d'accord avec toi, Michael.
And I would say,
oui?
je vais juste ajouter un petit point parce que I find that now that unfortunately, the events of the last few months have opened up that door, but everybody is now more willing to start to begin to have these conversations and recognize that I can have the conversations, and they may not be comfortable, and I may not say the right thing, but that's okay. If you come at it, in a manner that is open and you're truly willing to learn, people are going to help you get there. So I guess I'm saying to the folks online. Don't be afraid to have these open conversations. As you're talking about diversity, don't be afraid to have these conversations.
Yeah, we'll never stop. We should not stop, Michael. So definitely, like we need to move on and have that sometimes tough discussions, but they have to exist. So, alors voilà ce qui m'amène en fait à notre dernière question. Alors on est en plein dans une compétition d'innovation, donc là on est dans le lancement en fait de Cooperathon. C'est sûr qu'il y a des messages en fait de diversité, d'inclusion qu'on veut faire passer au public du Cooperathon et puis également à nos aspirants entrepreneurs, entrepreneuses. Alors quel serait le message, Michael, qu'on pourrait envoyer au public?
Premièrement, je dirais bonne chance à tout le monde qui participe. Avant que j'étais chez KPMG, j'étais un entrepreneur comme vous. Puis quand j'ai commencé mon compagnie, les choses qui me préoccupaient, c'était d'avoir des systèmes, de trouver des clients, de comment je vais payer les gens. C'était toutes des choses opérationnelles qui est important. Mais je dirais qu'au début, quand tu as ton stratégie de ton organisation, la diversité devrait être une partie de ton stratégie. Comment est-ce que je vais premièrement, intégrer les gens, comme on dit, c'est la bonne chose à faire pour la société, mais ça va aider ton organisation aussi. Tu vas aller dans le marché, tu vas essayer de vendre des produits. Il faut que tu comprennes comment vendre ces produits à des communautés diverses. Fait que faut avoir des gens qui comprennent ces communautés-là, comment est-ce que tu peux vendre et juste bien vendre vos produits, si c'est ça qu'on veut dire. Fait que je pense que ton stratégie de diversité, ça devrait pas être un après-pensée, ça devrait être partie de ton stratégie dès du début.
Oui, OK. Puis je rajouterais peut-être une chose, Michael. Innovative thinking should start with diversity. Dans le sens où, vous savez, l'innovation, parfois, ça part d'une petite idée, mais on la fait grandir avec une grosse équipe, une grande équipe, mais une équipe qui est ouverte en fait à la discussion, qui est ouverte à se challenger. Donc pour ça, il faut en fait ouvrir nos esprits et avoir. Donc plus on va apporter de la diversité dans nos équipes, plus vous allez avoir des solutions, donc une panoplie de solutions, puis peut-être d'avoir la solution optimale. Alors, je pense que la chose la plus importante, c'est justement, on parlait tout à l'heure de performance des entreprises. Donc, c'est la même chose. Donc, pour être une entreprise innovante, il faut également avoir de la diversité, justement, pour amener les idées, les faire aboutir. Parce que souvent, l'idée de base peut évoluer avec la vision des autres et l'exécution. Alors, je pense que c'est vraiment un point important. Alors essayez de travailler en équipe, essayez justement de vous entendre. Et puis, je pense que c'est un des facteurs de succès de ce projet-là. Alors, un grand merci, Michael. Je suis persuadée que tout ce que tu fais chez KPMG, ta vision de diversité, justement le besoin que tu as justement de communiquer sur ce sujet dans le monde des affaires a certainement un impact sur nos participants et aspirants entrepreneurs pour qu'ils bâtissent finalement des équipes et des organisations davantage diversifiées à l'image de notre société. Alors, merci infiniment d'avoir passé du temps avec nous, Michael. Et puis, avant de terminer, est-ce que tu voulais rajouter quelque chose, Michael?
No, je dirais que I love that last point that you made, just in terms of being open to looking for diversity in terms of innovation, because in this day and age, innovation is not just going to come from the person sitting in the office next to you. You're going to get people from around the world, right? If you want to be able to work with other folks on within your organization, create innovative technologies, the world is your workforce. So you need to be open to understanding different cultures and bringing them into the conversations to be able to help you. So I thank you for making that point. I think it's a great point. And on behalf of KPMG, thank you for inviting us. We are ecstatic to be able to work with you on these initiatives.
Merci beaucoup, Michael. Alors, avant de terminer cette section et de céder la parole à mon amie Fabienne Collat, qui j'espère est déjà là, j'aimerais revenir sur les événements qui ont secoué le monde cet été. Donc, Michael en a parlé. Donc, vous le savez, donc, en suivi du mouvement Black Lives Matter, nous l'avons affirmé haut et fort chez Desjardins le 16 juin dernier. Donc, Desjardins s'oppose catégoriquement à toute forme de violence et de racisme. D'ailleurs, notre président a dans la foulée signé l'engagement Black North. Le 20 juillet dernier, le mouvement Desjardins s'est joint au sommet virtuel de l'initiative Black North qui a réuni près de plus de 350 dirigeants de grandes organisations pan-canadiennes. Et puis, je voudrais juste vous rappeler les cibles qu'on s'est données donc chez Desjardins donc à atteindre d'ici 2025. On parle aujourd'hui de 3% de nos dons et commandites qui seront investis dans des projets qui créent des opportunités économiques dans la communauté noire. 5% de nos emplois étudiants seront occupés par des membres de la communauté noire, en plus de faire rayonner nos opportunités d'emploi auprès de la communauté noire. 3,5% des membres de la haute direction seront issus de la communauté noire. Donc, cet engagement se traduit actuellement dans le plan de diversité et d'inclusion mouvement mené par ma collègue Salwa Salek. Bonjour Salwa, une occasion pour nous de marquer l'évolution du plan diversité et inclusion 2021 à 2024 avec une emphase particulière sur la diversité ethnoculturelle. Donc, c'est grâce à des initiatives audacieuses et innovantes comme le Black North que nous allons bâtir un monde équitable et juste. Alors, sur ce, j'invite mon amie Fabienne Collat à se joindre à moi pour ouvrir le prochain panel sur la diversité et l'inclusion. Est-ce que tu es là, Fabienne?
D'avoir tout à l'heure.
Fabienne, on t'entend pas.
Est-ce qu'on m'entend?
Oui, on t'entend bien.
Super. Alors, super. Donc, merci beaucoup, Kim. Et il me fait plaisir de me joindre à ce panel pour une autre belle discussion, cette fois-ci, comme tu l'as bien dit, sur la diversité et l'inclusion. Donc, bienvenue au panel diversité et inclusion. Alors, c'est un honneur pour moi d'y être et d'être l'animatrice de ce panel. J'aimerais remercier déjà tous nos panélistes qui vont être avec nous. Alors, je vais m'entretenir avec Séverine Labelle, qui est PDG de Femmes et Sort, Yvan Gauthier, ex-PDG de la Fondation du Grand Montréal et du Conseil des arts et des lettres du Québec, ainsi que Wes Hall, qui va se joindre à nous un petit peu plus tard, qui est président fondateur du Black North Initiatives. Alors, sans plus tarder, Je veux juste vous rappeler que ce matin, aujourd'hui, c'était aussi le lancement Black North Initiative. Et sur ce, on va vous montrer justement une vidéo de qu'est-ce que c'est que ce mouvement-là. Et on poursuit la conversation juste après.
Get in the car. I can't move. I've been waiting the whole time, man. Get in the car. Mama. Get up and get in the car right. I can't.
Now let's turn to the United States, to the city of Minneapolis. The city is still reeling from the death of an unarmed black man in police custody.
I am George Floyd. I am Ahmaud Arbery. I am Angeloku. I am too many names to count. And these are just the names of those whose lives were cut short. What about the names of those whose lives were made harder, whose success was stifled, whose value was diminished, whose hard work wasn't rewarded, who fear for their families, who know for them it's just different? The names of those who live with the pain, the burden, and the terror of anti-Black systemic racism every single day.
We live in a time where Black men and women and boys and girls can be choked and shot and beaten and lynched in broad daylight by murderous pigs.
Their time is long overdue. We can't be silent anymore. We can't delay another day. And make no mistake,
so they are frustrated.
This isn't just an American issue.
There's no systemic discrimination.
It's a Canadian one too. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And it's not enough to just not be racist. We need to be anti-racist. It's not enough to just stand in solidarity. We need to move in solidarity. It's not enough to just condemn. We need to transform from the inside out, as individuals, as families, as communities, as companies, as a country. Black North is a call to action. It's a movement in the making, and it starts today. We're mobilizing the corporate community to not only transform itself, but to transform the country, to move as one, to end anti-Black systemic racism once and for all. From the boardroom to the classroom and everywhere in between, there is no limit to what we can accomplish together, and the time is now. The world has put us all on notice, and we will answer the call with courage, with commitment, with collaboration and level we haven't seen before, because this is the fight of our lives. So welcome to Black North. Let's get to work.
Ce sont ici des images très dures, très difficiles à regarder, mais c'est pourtant la réalité. Alors, j'aimerais tout de suite demander à Séverine et Yvan, quelles sont vos impressions sur ce que vous venez de voir?
Je peux peut-être y aller. Pour moi, cette vidéo, c'est vraiment un appel à l'action, un appel à la transformation, transform inside and out. Pour moi, c'est le message principal. On a besoin de se transformer comme société, comme individu, puis on a tous une responsabilité pour agir en fonction de cette transformation-là.
Mm-hmm. Yvan?
Moi, je peux pas faire autrement que d'actualiser cette vidéo-là avec ce qu'on a appris hier. Toute l'histoire de la Tikamek à l'hôpital de Joliette, de Joyce et Chakwa. Je pense qu'on peut rajouter ce nom-là à ceux qui sont dans la vidéo. Et ça se passe au Québec. C'est chez nous. Et ça provoque la même chose, je pense, une révolte, puis une honte que notre société éprouve toutes les mêmes difficultés. On peut regarder les États-Unis et dire les États-Unis, c'est vraiment un pays où la tension est très forte, et c'est vrai. Mais chez nous, les mêmes choses existent de façon autre, mais elles existent. Le racisme existe. Et je pense que le vidéo et le thème de l'atelier ne peut pas être plus d'actualité.
Totalement, totalement. C'est d'autant plus fort parce que souvent on pense que chez nous, ça ne se passe pas du tout. Au contraire, qu'on est très calqué sur les États-Unis, mais là, ça vient vraiment de me donner une espèce de tape, ce qui s'est passé hier, effectivement. Et on va rentrer dans le vif du sujet également, en attendant que Wes se joigne à nous. Séverine, la première question que j'aurais serait pour toi. On sait que l'indice entrepreneurial, selon Femmes et Sort, l'indice entrepreneurial québécois 2016 indique que seuls 16,3% des entrepreneurs québécois qui ont l'intention de se lancer en affaires seraient des femmes. Est-ce que tu penses que ce serait pertinent d'avoir des mesures et des cibles aussi et des pourcentages pour les femmes racisées? Est-ce que ce serait bien de mesurer ça également?
Définitivement, puis il faut le mesurer dans le temps. Ce que cet indice-là nous apprend, oui, quand on regarde le chiffre 16%, en fait, il est rendu à 17,3% en 2019. Ce chiffre-là, il faut le comparer avec le passé. Et en 2009, il y avait 3 fois moins de femmes entrepreneurs qui avaient cette intention-là d'entreprendre. Donc, 3 fois plus aujourd'hui, c'est quand même une évolution qui est importante. Les chiffres, ce qu'ils nous disent également, c'est que chez les populations issues de l'immigration, cette intention d'entreprendre-là, elle est encore plus élevée, jusqu'à 2 fois plus élevée. Donc, c'est majeur, puis c'est dire à quel point il y a un dynamisme qui dort chez une partie de la population. Quand on regarde du côté des États-Unis, d'ailleurs, les femmes racisées sont maintenant propriétaires de près de la moitié de toutes les entreprises à propriété féminine aux États-Unis. Donc, c'est majeur. Par contre, ici, au Québec, au Canada, on a très peu de données. Puis sans ces données-là, on ne peut pas mesurer les progrès. On ne peut pas non plus prendre les actions nécessaires pour faire changer les choses. Ça prend des données pour convaincre le public, pour convaincre aussi les gouvernements d'investir là-dedans, convaincre les entreprises également. Donc, ça prend de la data pour pouvoir agir avec des bonnes actions, les actions qui vont vraiment permettre de répondre aux différents besoins des femmes entrepreneurs, des femmes entrepreneurs qui sont issues de la diversité ethnoculturelle aussi, qui ont leurs propres enjeux, leurs propres défis.
Absolument, on va y revenir tout à l'heure, mais Yvan, j'ai envie de vous demander, mais selon vous, qu'est-ce que les organisations québécoises devraient faire pour inclure plus de diversité dans leur rang? Est-ce que vous avez des exemples à partager avec nous, vous, de votre grande expérience d'ailleurs? Vous avez flirté avec plusieurs milieux, donc qu'est-ce qu'on devrait faire?
Mais je pense que la première des choses, c'est se sentir responsable. L'inclusion, la force de la diversité dans une communauté, c'est pas que l'affaire du gouvernement, de mesures gouvernementales, c'est pas uniquement des règles, c'est aussi la responsabilité. Une société, c'est la responsabilité de tout le monde, les entreprises, les organismes, les individus, l'État. Et je pense que la notion qu'on a tous une responsabilité, à la fois à l'interne, de refléter une certaine représentativité proportionnelle, entre guillemets, de notre communauté, mais aussi à l'externe, c'est-à-dire d'être conscient de ce qui se passe à l'externe de notre entreprise, à l'extérieur de notre entreprise et de notre organisme, et de s'y engager. Je pense que tout commence par là. Et là, on parle, je pense, de dire, OK, mon organisation ressemble à quoi, en fin de compte? Mon conseil d'administration ressemble à quoi? Mes employés ressemblent à quoi? Est-ce qu'ils ressemblent à ma communauté que je sers ou pas? Et tout part de cette conscience-là, d'une responsabilité. Je pense qu'on a tous une responsabilité dans cette vision-là d'inclusion et de valorisation de la diversité.
Une chose aussi qui a été soulevée lors du sommet Black North tout à l'heure, c'était qu'il faut faire attention aux chiffres parce que souvent, dans une grande entreprise, les gens peut-être sur le plancher, les gens qui sont dans les positions un petit peu moins décisionnelles, eh bien, il peut y avoir beaucoup de diversité. Donc, si on prend des statistiques juste en termes de chiffres, souvent, ça va montrer que hey, on a beaucoup de diversité chez nous. Ah, ben, on est diversifié, nous, notre entreprise. Mais par contre, plus on monte dans les échelons, ben, moins on voit que il n'y a pas de directeur issu des communautés racisées, il n'y a pas de vice-président, il n'y a pas de président, il n'y a pas de gens dans les conseils d'administration. Donc, il faut qu'on fasse attention un peu aux chiffres, parce que les chiffres peuvent vouloir dire ce qu'on veut qu'ils disent, et puis ne pas avoir bonne conscience pendant que c'est pas encore réglé aussi. Séverine, sur ce, je vais lancer la balle à Femmes et Sort, qui a identifié des clés de réussite dans l'entrepreneuriat pour les femmes, évidemment. Et de nombreuses recherches semblent démontrer que, toutes les femmes n'ont pas l'égalité des chances en termes de financement, par exemple, en termes de ressources, notamment les femmes racisées, Qu'est-ce qu'on peut mettre en place pour réduire l'écart? Du côté de Femmes et Sort, par exemple, qu'est-ce que vous avez mis en place pour réduire l'écart entre les femmes en général et les femmes racisées?
Oui. Mais en fait, je voudrais premièrement rebondir un peu sur le lien avec la question d'avant, de dire, on se préoccupe beaucoup, je pense que c'est important que les femmes occupent des postes dans des postes élevés au sein des organisations, des postes décisionnels. C'est aussi important que les femmes issues de la diversité ethnoculturelle soient massivement présentes en entrepreneuriat, parce que le pouvoir économique, on va se le dire, il se trouve beaucoup entre les mains des propriétaires, dirigeants d'entreprise. Ce sont eux qui créent la richesse, qui créent l'innovation au Canada. Puis il faut absolument que ce tissu économique-là, qui est vital, soit représentatif de l'ensemble des visages de notre société. Maintenant, qu'est-ce que Femmes et Sort fait? Bon, premièrement, Femmes et Sort a vraiment été mis en place face à un constat selon lequel les femmes n'occupaient pas pleinement, justement, leur place au sein du tissu entrepreneurial au Québec. C'est toujours le cas d'ailleurs, malgré des grandes avancées. Puis d'ailleurs, quand on a été mis en place il y a plus de 25 ans maintenant, la situation était bien différente. Je pense que depuis ce temps-là, les femmes ont avancé à grands pas. Puis pourquoi elles ont pu avancer à grands pas? C'est justement qu'on a mis à leur disposition des outils pour abaisser les barrières auxquelles elles font face. Puis quand on parle de barrières, on parle d'accès au financement, on parle de manque de confiance en soi, de besoin de développer des compétences, de besoin de développer des réseaux. Et ces barrières-là, aujourd'hui, elles sont toujours présentes, dans peut-être une moins grande mesure, mais elles sont vraiment présentes auprès des femmes entrepreneurs issus de la diversité. Donc, je pense qu'on peut construire sur l'expérience de Femmes et Sort et répliquer le modèle, mais en l'adaptant vraiment aux besoins de cette clientèle-là. Et c'est là-dessus qu'on travaille de façon intensive, je dirais, là, depuis 2 ans maintenant. Par le passé, Femmes et Sort a déjà mis sur pied différents projets, notamment avec des femmes entrepreneurs autochtones dans les régions comme la Côte-Nord, par exemple, où Femmes et Sort a été très, très active pour développer l'entrepreneuriat autochtone. Mais aujourd'hui, il faut aussi s'assurer qu'on développe l'entrepreneuriat, l'immigration, l'entrepreneuriat des femmes qui viennent de toutes les cultures qu'on a la richesse d'avoir au Canada. Donc, ce que Femmes et Sort a fait, premièrement, on a mis sur pied, on s'est entouré d'un comité composé de différentes personnes issues justement de différentes cultures pour vraiment réviser l'ensemble de nos services, l'ensemble de notre fonctionnement, pour voir comment est-ce qu'on peut devenir un milieu plus inclusif, à la fois à l'intérieur, chez Femmes et Sort, mais aussi auprès de notre clientèle. Ça nous a amené aussi, grâce à un partenariat avec le gouvernement du Canada, de recruter davantage de personnes, dont certaines, dont on a un poste là, qui va s'ouvrir justement à Montréal pour vraiment avoir quelqu'un qui est 100% dédié à l'accompagnement des femmes racisées en entrepreneuriat. On est à s'assurer qu'au sein de tous nos services, finalement, on a des ressources pour répondre aux besoins spécifiques de ces femmes-là, mais ça part par une meilleure compréhension de c'est quoi. Justement,
c'est rassurant, Séverine, de savoir que les femmes racisées peuvent trouver justement en Femmes et Sort une alliée. Alors, ça, c'est important parce que souvent, il y a cette conception-là perception en fait, que c'est perdu d'avance, c'est pas des gens comme nous qui allons trouver des financements. Il y a toujours ça aussi. Hein, donc, c'est bien que Femmes et Sort soient proactifs et essaient de changer un petit peu tout ça.
J'allais tout simplement dire, on va se le dire, l'entrepreneuriat féminin au Québec Québec est encore beaucoup femme blanche et ça doit changer. On doit avoir plus de variété, plus de diversité dans notre tissu entrepreneurial, puis on y est pleinement investi chez Femmes et Sœurs.
Absolument. Et Séverine, je vais te rassurer tout de suite, il ne manque pas d'entrepreneurs des communautés racisées. Il ne manque pas d'entrepreneurs à toutes sortes d'échelles des communautés noires. Ce qu'il manque, je crois, c'est vraiment l'encadrement, les ressources financières, l'accès aux prêts, l'accès aux investissements, l'accès au financement. Et c'est là qu'il y a des barrières systémiques, en fait. Donc, je pense que si on regarde autour de nous, il y en a plein de gens qui sont déjà en entrepreneuriat chez les femmes racisées.
Tout à fait.
Donc, maintenant, comment on les trouve, comment on les rentre dans ce système-là, comment on les propulse en avant, eh bien, c'est là qu'on est rendu aujourd'hui. Et c'est pour ça aussi qu'on a ce panel pour essayer de discuter sans filtre de tout ça et puis d'en parler, parce que si on n'en parle pas, on ne trouvera peut-être pas de solution. Sur ce, Yvan, j'aimerais savoir, on a parlé d'alliés, que Femmes et Sœurs, c'était une alliée pour les femmes racisées aussi. C'est quoi pour vous être un bon allié? Quelles solutions concrètes pour plus d'inclusion de personnes racisées sur le marché du travail, par exemple? Comment des alliés comme vous comment un allié peut être partie prenante de la solution?
Je l'ai mentionné tantôt, la notion de responsabilité est importante pour le bon fonctionnement de notre communauté. Mais au-delà de ça, puis je peux dire que dans le passé, à la Fondation du Grand Montréal, on a été assez fiers. À un moment donné, on a eu presque la moitié des employés qui étaient des personnes racisées. Notre conseil d'administration est composé très majoritairement de femmes et qui ont des postes importants au conseil d'administration. Et dans notre action en termes de soutien à la communauté, la Fondation était très soucieuse des communautés les plus démunies. Donc, c'est son champ d'action premier. Et tout ça alimentait évidemment l'une et l'autre aspect du fonctionnement de la Fondation. Mais moi, il y a actuellement, je vais vous donner un exemple, un comité qui révise les lois sur la philanthropie. Et ce comité va demander que tous les organismes doivent faire un rapport annuel, qu'ils incluent un rapport sur la gouvernance, sur la diversité de leur gouvernance. Alors ça, c'est un élément que tous les regroupements d'entreprises, des regroupements d'organismes sans but lucratif peuvent inciter leurs organismes à rendre public. C'est-à-dire quel est le degré de diversité de leur conseil d'administration, de leurs employés. Alors, je pense que ça, quand on parlait tantôt, il manque de données. Bien, là, il y a un outil, les regroupements sont certainement un outil pour avoir des données compilées, les pas en avant qui sont faits, parce qu'on peut se fier sur la bonne volonté, mais on sait très bien que les progrès peuvent être aussi très lents s'il n'y a pas une stimulation collective, un mouvement collectif. Et l'initiative de Wes est extrêmement importante. Et je pense que là, il y a une chaîne collective pour prendre cet élan-là qui a été lancé et faire en sorte que ce mouvement-là devienne le mouvement de tous les organismes, de toutes les entreprises dans notre communauté. Je pense que ça, c'est un élément absolument stratégique pour faire évoluer la situation.
Complètement. Alors, je ne vois pas l'écran en ce moment. Je veux savoir, est-ce que Wes est arrivé? On est en direct.
Oui.
Donc, Wes, are you with us?
I'm here.
Hey, Wes. Hi. Congratulations for a successful summit, by the way, in Quebec.
Thank you for a wonderful job hosting it.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for your trust and everything. So, my first question to you is, how do you feel? How do you feel today? It's a big day for us in Quebec with the launch of the Black North Initiative Summit, Quebec version. And we had your daughter, Skyla, who introduced the summit in French, by the way.
Wow.
It was very impressive. It was very impressive. So how do you feel today?
Well, you know, as I told people, I actually spent a lot of money on that French that she spoke.
It's an investment.
Exactly. So she better. She had no choice, you know. Yeah, I learned my lessons. So I came here from Jamaica in 1985, and in Toronto. And when I came here, as you know, the schools you have to have a French subject to graduate. But if you come from outside the country, you don't need to do that. And you know, I was busy trying to get my Jamaican accent under control and trying to figure out this English thing. I didn't really want to put another language on it, so I said, you know, I'm not going to do that. And later on, I go, I wish I had, because I had the choice of not doing it, and I didn't. So with my kids, we have 5 kids, and I said every single one of them has to go to French school. So they all went to French school, and so yeah, so they make fun of me now when I try. So I don't. You know, but I'm working on it.
Amazing.
But I'm really excited about, you know, the whole summit and really what happened. We're in the middle of a pandemic, okay? And we were able to put on a professional summit with over close to 700 people participating, all right? And that's one of the, you know, there's a lot of disadvantages to COVID. A lot of people lost their lives and sick and their livelihood and so on. But there are opportunities where we can now have the conversation that we're having today. And if we didn't have COVID, which is unfortunate, we would not be having this conversation today. And, you know, so the takeaway that I take away from 2020, even though I am, you know, wishing that it ends really quickly, the takeaway is that we've had some amazing things happen to us that were not very good, and some amazing things that happened that were very good. And, you know, so I hope that with this new conversation we're having with respect to race relations in Canada, that it's going to lead to lasting change. And we're going to remember 2020, not for COVID, but for the changes that we've made to society in 2020. So that's my hope.
And my question to you would be, we know we have systemic racism. We know, we see everything that's happening. We cannot deny that today, but why did you, because let me take a step back. You are the founder of the Black North Initiative. For people that don't know you in Quebec, you live in Toronto. You are a very, very, very successful entrepreneur in Toronto on Bay Street. We don't have a lot of Black people on Bay Street, and you could have, you know, keep doing your thing and then be happy and look at the other way. But why did you stop? And despite your success, everything is going well for you, you decided to create this initiative.
You know, when I saw what happened to George Floyd, it really tore me to the core. Mentally, it affected me as well. And you know, I say to folks that if you're a part of an ethnic group and you see a member of your ethnic group getting slaughtered in the street, killed, other people are watching it, how would you respond to that as a person? This is someone from your group, and that happened, and you're watching it, and you are helpless in terms of doing anything about it. That's how we as the Black community feel when we see those things on television play over and over and over. And then when we go to work, our colleagues don't even acknowledge our pain. They say nothing to us about what our ethnic group is going through. So when I saw it, I wasn't, you know, all I saw was me being on the ground and that man's knee on my neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. I didn't see George Floyd on the ground. I saw me on the ground. Nobody really asked, is he a successful Black man? Does he work in the financial sector? In an exclusive neighborhood? It was Black, and he did a crime, supposedly accused of committing a petty crime, and the officer was the judge, jury, and executioner on the spot. And there were no consequences for it. So how could I just go back to driving my fancy car and doing like nothing happened? So I said, you know, I wrote an op-ed and it was published in the Globe and Mail. And it was entitled, When I Look in the Mirror, I See George Floyd. And I really recounted my experience as a Black Canadian And I realized that the more successful you get as a Black Canadian, the more racism you experience, right?
Oh, really?
It's actually, so just think about me I live in a neighborhood in Toronto where I have not seen another Black man living in this neighborhood. I've been here for 8 years, okay? And whenever somebody come to my house to work on the property, they ask me to go get Mr. Hall for them. Whenever I'm jogging through the neighborhood, people would stop my wife, who is white, and ask her, could I use your personal trainer one day? People would ask me when they come to the gate, are you the security guard? When I get to the apartment, drive my car to a hotel, and I get out, somebody gives me $10 to go valet their car for them, right? When I go to fancy hotels, you know, I'm asked to take the bags and bring somebody's bag to their room for them, right? You know, so we're in situations where people aren't accustomed to seeing Black people in those
Being
situations.
successful.
So the assumption is that you can't be the person who owns it. I was driving my car last year to my office. I like nice cars. I happen to have a Ferrari 450, a beautiful car if you want one. Top was down, I was wearing a suit, and I was in traffic. And this gentleman came up to my car, handed me his business card, and said, give me a call if you're looking for a criminal lawyer. Okay?
What the heck is this?
So the thing about it is, you know, we say in Canada, it's different, the US, it doesn't exist and all that kind of stuff. We did a study, a survey through Bastion Consulting Group and the Black North Initiative. And we surveyed Black people and asked them this question. Do you experience systemic racism in Canada? 83% said, absolutely. We asked non-Blacks, and over 50% of them said, no, it doesn't exist here. So, you know, and that's the paradox, right? It's whereby we have people who go, I don't really think it's that bad, because they don't experience what we experience.
That's the danger. Black people have been silenced for the longest time here, because since nobody has experienced it but us, well, we might as well not talk about it, because they will believe, well, stop complaining, because that doesn't even exist. So it's a very liberating thing that we can at least say that, hey, this is what has been going on for me too. And it feels good, because that's the beginning of some, but please give me a minute, Wes, because I'd like Séverine and Yvan to react to what you just said. Séverine, Yvan, qu'est-ce que ça vous dit tout ça? Qu'est-ce que vous entendez là de Wes?
Je peux pas faire autrement que d'être interpellée par les propos de Wes, parce que il y a une part de moi qui est extrêmement révoltée, parce qu'on est en 2020 puis ça devrait juste plus exister. Ça aurait jamais dû exister, mais encore moins aujourd'hui. Puis en même temps, pour moi, c'est difficile de ne pas faire un parallèle avec ce que vivent les femmes de façon générale dans notre société, encore en 2020. Combien de banques, combien de grandes industries vont dire, ben c'est pareil, un homme entrepreneur, une femme entrepreneur, vous vivez la même chose, mais les femmes sont constamment aussi discriminées et font face à différentes barrières. On devrait tellement travailler plus ensemble, en fait, toutes les personnes qui sont sous-représentées dans notre société actuellement, qui ne se développent pas à leur pleine capacité à cause de ces barrières-là, devraient se mettre ensemble et créer un seul grand mouvement.
Qu'est-ce qu'on est en train de faire tous ensemble, là? C'est ce qu'on est en train de faire.
Mais
Yvan?
je pense que, oui, ben, on n'a pas le choix de reconnaître que le racisme systémique existe. Il y a une situation qui n'est pas un hasard, qui est la conséquence d'un passé, de règles qui ont été faites pour un groupe de personnes particulièrement blanches et qui, sans que nécessairement il y ait une intention, il y a un système qui continue. Et là, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, on prend conscience qu'il y a une réforme majeure à y apporter, que cette réforme-là doit être présente autant dans les organismes, dans les entreprises, je le répète, que dans le qu'au niveau des gouvernements. Et je pense qu'on est peut-être rendu parfois à un certain point de prendre position sur le racisme. C'est devenu dans la société un enjeu. Autant hier, on a vu M. Trump ne pas prendre position sur l'extrême droite dans le débat. On ne peut pas aujourd'hui ne pas prendre position si on veut établir une base de communication qui soit équitable dans notre communauté.
That's for sure. Wes.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, Wes. Your testimony is so heartfelt and so hard to hear, and I cannot believe what's going on with you, because one would think if you're well dressed, if you have nice car and nice house, at least at some point it could be easier on you. So this is a whole other level. And there is a writer called Danny Laferrière here, is a French Haitian Canadian author, and he used to say that. He said, well, when somebody sees a Black person, he doesn't say, well, this one is a multimillionaire. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, this one is Jamaican. This one is Haitian. No, it just, oh, you see the Black man there. You're just a Black man. That's it. They don't care who you are, if you're educated or not. So that kind of reminds me of this reality. So Wes, what is your hope after this summit today? Now we are in Quebec as well with the Black North initiatives. We have a lot of CEOs here that signed the pledge in Quebec as well. The movement is getting global. So what is your hope for Canada? What is your hope for Quebec? How can we become good allies, people that are non-Black, for example? What should we do? Where do we start? A lot of questions.
So I say that there's no hope for me anymore. It's not for me, it's for my kids, and that they inherit a society where they can be their true selves. I strongly believe that in Canada, this could be our competitive advantage. Canada is a multicultural society to begin with, but the multiculturalism stops at neighborhoods, and it stops in the boardrooms and in the C-suites. Allow multiculturalism to permeate our society, it will make us better for it. We compete with, in financial services, we can't compete with Wall Street. We try to compete with Silicon Valley and tech, we can't. But nobody can compete with us in multiculturalism if we do it right. Nobody can. When you think of post-COVID, and people are looking at where they want to be when they're fleeing conflicts in the world, where they want to be, where they can be their true self, where their kids can go to school and not having to worry about discriminated against, where they can actually live in whatever neighborhoods they want to live in, where they can go and be smart and get a job and go however far they want to go in that company that their intellect will take them. And if they now go, Canada is the place, we're going to get the best and the brightest talents. So that's the reason why I'm saying it's not for me, because, I've done what I can. But I think the next generation behind me, and it's not just for Black people, by the way. It's not just Black people who will benefit from it. Canada will benefit from it. Economically, will benefit from it. Right? So if we fix this problem and we don't look at it and say we're doing a favor to Black people, but if we look at it to say we're actually making our country a more accepting and a better place, it is going to make us the envy of the world. And that's the reason why I'm so excited when I see the companies participating. We saw the Premier of Nova Scotia came out yesterday and made an unprecedented announcement, apologizing to the Black community for systemic racism. That was unprecedented. So why is it that we still have business leaders and other leaders saying, well, it doesn't really exist? And by the way, there's a video that we shot, and we went around to find out, we want to find people who say there's no systemic racism in Canada. We tried to find out, and we could not find a single Black person that said it doesn't exist in Canada. But we found a number of non-Black people who say it doesn't exist in Canada, but not a single Black person. So there is a problem. And once we acknowledge the problem, this place, this society, Canada, I love it here. I would never live anywhere else. And by the way, the sun is beautiful in Jamaica, and the weather is great, trees are green and everything like that. But this is my home, and I'll always live in Canada. We just have to make a little tweak. And if we make a little tweak, it's going to be the best place to live ever.
Oh, I want to say amen to that. Yeah, this
and
is
I
so
believe
inspiring.
the time is right to make that tweak, right? The
Perfect
time
timing.
is perfect right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's now or never. And thank you for saying that, because not because you haven't witnessed it. Of course, you cannot witness it because you're not Black. So that doesn't mean, you know, others are not experiencing it. So thank you for saying that. And I think what you're trying to say is listen up as well. Listen up to other people. And, you know, when we listen, we understand, and then we can definitely acknowledge the problem. And then we can start getting solution. Yvan, qu'est-ce que vous dites à tout ça? Comment vous voyez la suite? Comment vous voyez qu'on peut, par où quelqu'un pourrait commencer, qui nous entend en ce moment et qui est comme, wow, j'ai envie de faire partie de quelque chose, j'ai envie d'amener des solutions. Par où vous pensez que cette personne-là peut commencer?
Ben, j'aime beaucoup le challenge, le défi que Wes lance. C'est-à-dire que tout le monde peut s'emparer d'un défi comme ça. Bon, Wes a parlé de faire du Canada un pays différent, particulier, mais chacun peut dire, moi, je peux faire de mon organisme celui où on est le mieux, où les personnes racisées vont être présentes, vont s'épanouir, ils vont faire l'envie des autres organisations. Je pense que le défi qui est lancé, c'est chacun des organismes, chacune des entreprises qui peut prendre ce défi-là à sa mesure et faire les pas qu'il peut faire dans le contexte où il est placé. Moi, je sens le défi de Wes de cette manière-là.
Mm-hmm. Wes, we're out of time, unfortunately. If you could give us some concrete measures that CEOs can take on big enterprises in 30 seconds, what can they do? Big corporations listening to you here, besides signing the pledge, which is a big step, what concrete actions should they take to move things around?
I think they have the power to make significant changes, right? All they have to do is this. Say to the people they do business with, can you sign the Black North Pledge? And say that you're going to make changes in your own company first, and then you're going to work with us collectively to make changes in society. If we encourage more companies to think that way, to think about Blacks, to think about the Indigenous, and give them a help in hand, not a handout, a help in hand, eventually they will become sustainable financially. And eventually, again, you don't have to keep doing that. You don't have to keep doing that handout. So just use your voice, use your influence to encourage others to do the same thing that you've done, especially if you've signed the Pledge of Black North.
That's fantastic. Encourage Black businesses, buy from Black businesses, refer Black businesses and then Black entrepreneurs, and then put people that are also from Black communities on your board, on, you know, your executive level positions and, you know, decision-making position as well. There's so much we can do. So I encourage everybody to also go to blacknorth.ca to see what the pledge is about, because we talk about the pledge all the time. Donc, on parle beaucoup du pledge, de l'engagement du Black North. J'encourage tout le monde à aller sur blacknorth.ca pour voir c'est quoi le pledge du PDG qu'on vient de parler là, dont on vient de parler. C'est quoi les actions concrètes que vous pouvez prendre en signant ce pledge-là, que beaucoup de CEO, plus de 300, ont signé au Canada et aussi au Québec. Alors sur ce, malheureusement, on n'a plus de temps. On aurait voulu continuer cette conversation pendant très, très longtemps parce qu'il y a de belles idées, de bonnes solutions concrètes à venir et de bons témoignages, de bons conseils. Alors, je suis Fabienne Collat, présidente fondatrice de la Fondation Fabienne Collat et des festivals du film Black de Montréal, Toronto et Halifax, ainsi que entrepreneur, actrice et réalisatrice avec vous. Alors, c'est un honneur et un bonheur de vous avoir présenté Séverine Labelle de Femmes Exor, Yvan Gauthier, qui est ex-président du Conseil des arts et des lettres du Québec et de la Fondation du Grand Montréal, ainsi que Wes Hall, qui est président fondateur du Black North Initiative, ainsi que de Kingsdale Advisors. Sur ce, je remercie toute l'équipe de Cooperathon et je vous dis merci et de continuer à faire passer le mot. Attendez, on me donne une directive. Comment tu dis? Ah, parfait. Alors, there's just a little message I have to give you. You know, we're live, so just don't want to miss anything. Alors voilà. Donc sur ce, encore une fois, je remercie nos 3 panélistes d'avoir partagé leurs réflexions et puis un Québec beaucoup plus inclusif et diversifié. J'ai beaucoup aimé l'échange, ce fut vraiment fantastique. Nous allons maintenant nous laisser sur une vidéo en anglais de notre partenaire KPMG qui nous fera part de sa vision de l'impact social. Merci encore d'avoir été là.
Merci.
Merci.
Hello back everyone, bonjour tout le monde, rebonjour tout le monde. On a une grosse journée de conférence depuis 14h heure de l'Est aujourd'hui pour le lancement du Cooperathon 2020. Et on finit en grand pour le panel Tech for Good. So the panel that we're going to have right now is Tech for Good. You may ask, what is Tech for Good and what does it imply and how can we contribute and what does we actually need to do? And we'll go through that all together with my wonderful colleague here, Clélia. Clélia, welcome and bienvenue. A huge honor to have you with us.
Thank you, Elias. It's a pleasure to be here as well.
Cool. And we are joined by a wonderful, some wonderful panelists we have here. While Clélia is in the Canadian Space Agency, we have also Jeremy Hansen, her colleague from the Canadian Space Agency as well, Stacy Kauk from Shopify, and we have Emily Chary, as well as Sylvain Carl from Second News, and finally, last but not least, John Weigelt. I hope that I'm not butchering your name from Microsoft, of course. And we will have the chance. So with Emily Chari from Well Seeker, we will have the chance to also have like an extra time with her at the end, where she is going to give us some feedback, and hopefully good feedback, but maybe she will give some comments on what our panelists are saying. So be careful, you're being watched. So Clélia, can you maybe I mean, we are lucky to have these wonderful people here, and I would love to get to know them maybe a little bit.
Yes, me too. We're really lucky to have these amazing panelists with us. And so because we want to let you have a chance to explain to the audience what you do, we'll let you tell us more about who you are and what brought you to the Tech for Good field. So Sylvain, maybe we can start with you.
Oui, avec plaisir. Hi everyone, Sylvain Carl. You might know me from previous projects. I'm still working a day a week at Real Ventures as a venture partner, but now my main work has been dedicated to climate change and the climate economy. I'm now a senior director at Secamuse Capital and currently fundraising a climate impact fund for you investors in the room. We'll talk offline after. And super happy to be here. I've been a contributor to Tech for Good probably before there was a hashtag for Tech for Good in open source and community projects. Always thought that that being nice was a great strategy in the ecosystem. So happy to be here, happy to join you all, esteemed panelists, and to contribute to this conversation tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Sylvain. Stacy?
Thank you, and I'm so happy to be here this afternoon on this amazing panel. So my name's Stacy Kauk, and I'm the director of Shopify's Sustainability Fund. And that Sustainability Fund is a climate fund, so we committed $5 million annually to invest in the most promising climate solutions. And I came about joining Shopify in a very roundabout way. I grew up loving science and math and using math as a tool to measure and describe the natural world around us. And so I decided that I definitely needed to become an engineer. So I went to school and I spent the first part of my career as an environmental engineer, working in many different industrial sectors and designing pollution prevention control measures and environmental protection devices. And I realized that it was time to make a change in my career, and I needed to do a little bit more to strengthen the public policy surrounding our environment here in Canada. So I actually joined the federal government and focused on strengthening our environmental regulatory framework. And I ended up floating over into the climate space and helping Canada negotiate on international environmental treaties. And so I did that for a while. And then it was time to do something where I felt like I could have a massive impact. And that's why I made the move to tech. And Tech for Good is such a wonderful way to think about that, because technology really allows you to scale and it allows you to multiply your impact. And I think using technology for good is going to really bring us forward altogether. So really excited to talk that through with everyone here.
Thank you so much, Stacy. John, maybe do you want to tell us more about yourself?
Certainly, and it's a pleasure to be here with such esteemed colleagues. My family is New Canadians, and I've always felt that Canada gave us a good life here. And so I joined the military and was able to give back to the country in uniform. Following that, I worked in government at Treasury Board and was able again to give back to the community. 17 years working for the Queen and not having private sector experience, I took a look around and said, where can I go to continue to make a difference for Canada? And of course, Microsoft's mission is to empower every individual and organization to achieve their best potential. And I see that within the organization. So not only in the community that we get to work with, because we are now changing and adjusting so that our company better reflects the mosaic that is in Canada. And so that diversity from ethnicity, from background, from religious affiliations, from orientations, really helps us make better decisions and better outcomes. And at this role, I've been able to look at the digital divide and put connectivity into rural regions, connect up with Indigenous communities to help build that skills gap, look at the forests of British Columbia and prevent forest fires, or look at the water tables. And all throughout that, it's giving back and empowering that next generation so that we can live in this great country, but project our know-how around the world and really demonstrate our prosperity.
That's exciting. Thank you, John. Last but not least, Jeremy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, excited to be here. I'm Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency. I started off with the Royal Canadian Air Force. I'm still an active duty colonel with the Air Force, flew F-18s, but I've always had a passion for exploration. And so I applied to be an astronaut really almost 12 years ago now. And I've been working with the Space Agency ever since. I live down here in Houston, Texas, where I'm joining you today. And it's where we train and get ready to fly in space. I'm just part of an incredible team of people. Of course, not just astronauts, a huge team of people that make space exploration possible, but also spend a great deal of time looking at how we can bring benefits from space back to humanity. And, for me, Tech for Good, why this panel excites us at the Canadian Space Agency is it's all about innovating to stay in that creative space, to create solutions for humanity. And, a good example of this is how we decided space would be useful, decades and decades ago to join our country, our vast nation, to use communication or space assets to communicate across our country. And now today, you and I rely on space every single day. And I think it's neat to kind of think about it didn't have to be that way. I'm old enough to have grown up in a world where I didn't use space every day of my life. But we have intentionally chosen to integrate space into our daily lives because it is the best way to deliver services. And hopefully we'll talk about later today. Services are going to become more and more global because we can use space. So I'm very passionate about this. Thanks for letting me join today.
Well, thank you very much for being with us. And not everybody knows Clélia. I know she's a very prominent figure here in Montreal, but we have actually more than 1,200 people watching the live. So Clélia, tell us a bit more about yourself, and then let's dive in.
Sure. I'll do quick so we can dive in quickly after. So my background is in open innovation and social impact, and I had the pleasure of working with Elias and the Cooperathon team for the first 4 editions of Cooperathon. And I moved about a year ago to work with government and specifically Impact Canada in the Privy Council office. And that's where I'm bringing in also the Tech for Good side. I recently joined the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm working on open innovation initiatives, specifically in the domain of food and space. So lots of great things to talk about. And I am very happy to be here today and to really help join and make links between the different sectors, public, private, social. I think it's very important, and it's great that we have such a great representation on the panel today. So let's dive into the topic now. And we are, as a humanity, facing many massive challenges, whether we're thinking about COVID, about climate change. We have a lot of challenges that we can think about. And I'd love to hear you all, from your own perspective, tell us about how you think that open and collaborative innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology can help in solving some of these massive challenges. Whoever wants to jump in first.
I'll take a stab at that and jumping in. Certainly the challenges that we face are complex, and no one organization can do it alone. And so what we found is that in that cooperation, getting those diverse perspectives, getting those different viewpoints really helps us get to the bottom of what a particular situation is. I often talk about this challenge of the curse of knowledge. I'm getting older in my life, and I remember things where I perhaps taken dead-end roads. new people to communities have this audacity of inexperience, grand ideas, grand, big, bold goals that they would want to pursue them. And bringing that together with those people that can do is important. When we look at the power of data that we have today, now more than ever, we have data sets that are locked up in communities. If we can bring these data sets together to share them, to make knowledge and to ascertain what's happening behind them, it's just tremendous. Looking at Internet of Things, getting this whole new perspective of the world around us. I often talk about the Hubble telescope. I'm old enough to remember when it first went up, and I was amazed at the ever-expanding universe of matter around us. And every time I saw the Crab Nebula or whatever, it was just amazing. We can do the same thing with our backyard and see the ever-expanding universe of data around us. Looking at the human genome, understanding weather patterns, all of these things come together and give us great solutions. And it's not just tech. We need the farmers to be involved. We need the business entrepreneurs to be involved. We need young people to tell us and share their ideas. And it's through these serendipitous collision of ideas, these fast neuron conversations, that we can make a difference.
Thank you. And maybe speaking of universe, I'd love to hear you, Jeremy, and your thoughts on this topic as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The when you talk about big challenges, one we're definitely all focused on in recent years is climate change. And I haven't been to space yet. I'm very fortunate Canadian. The next few years, I'll be flying to space and seeing our planet from beyond. But what really strikes me when I sit with my colleagues when they come back from space is just their renewed appreciation for this rock that we live on and the obvious impact that humanity is having on it becomes even more obvious to them. And they all fly knowing what you and I know, having seen the imagery, having watched the videos, having been impressed by all of it before. They all fly with that. But when they get there, my one friend explained it to me. He's like, there's just no way to convey what it's like to float into the cupola, which is where the windows are on the space station, and to see the world from like wide field of view down to narrow field of view, to take out a camera with a telescopic lens and zoom in on an area. There's just no way to really convey that experience other than to do it. And I'm actually excited about how space exploration is changing, and humanity, more humans will be going to space and seeing this, because I think it'll be good for us. But coming back to climate change, we have been learning more and more about our planet from space for decades now. Canada has become a world leader in a few niche areas on observing our planet from space. We have a really cool climate satellite called SciSat. We've got a RadarSat history we're in our third iteration of RadarSats for mapping our planet. And like you were saying, data sets. We have some amazing historical data sets now that can really help us to understand climate change. And we still have more work to do there, but we have all this capability. But there is no better place to take the heartbeat of our planet than from space. For those that don't know much about orbital mechanics, but if this is the Earth and you take a satellite and you put it in a polar orbit, which is one that goes around the poles, north to south, and then, of course, the Earth spins underneath it every day, you can map the entire planet with one satellite over a given amount of time. And so we're super excited about what this brings to humanity. And I know I'm going on here, but I want to just tie it to one more thing. Climate change to me is a problem of basic needs around our planet. It will affect all of us. It will affect the impoverished the most. But we are talking about fighting for our survival on this planet and coming back to basic needs like understanding water, where it is, where it isn't today. That's changing. Some places have too much water, some don't have enough. Continuing to grow food on this planet to meet our increasing needs. These are important things. Security, safety, managing fires, floods, national defense needs, all of this. Space isn't like the answer to everything, but it's very important that we as Canadians understand that it is a fundamental pillar of all of these solutions. And we need to be very intentional about how we manage it so that we can do it properly and effectively, and we can play a leadership role on the world stage.
Thank you. That's fascinating. And I've definitely loved learning more about what space can do for Earth in these last few months working at the agency. So thank you for that. Sylvain, I would like to turn to you because you've been very well known in the tech space, and I really loved reading you and your recent blogs around your transition. So I'd love to hear more about what your thoughts are and what you have to say on these challenges.
Yes, certainly. Thanks, Clelia. You know, you hear about corporate social responsibility. I think we need to talk about personal social responsibility also. And this is what struck me this year after having some personal convictions for the planet, for the environment. I really thought that I should dedicate all my energy and all my brain cells and all my networks to solve this challenge. This could have been the challenge of the 20th century, but we missed the opportunity. It's now the challenge of the 21st century. And if you can contribute to slowing down climate change, to reversing it a bit if we can, or to adapt to the consequences, you totally should. So if you're a nerd, a geek, a hacker, a scientist, a researcher, you have I wouldn't say a moral obligation, but a strong calling in front of you. You have the chance to participate to this massive, massive challenge. And as John was saying, this is a major problem. Major problems are not tackled by working in isolation. There's a reason why science has been building up on peer review, on sharing the knowledge, on advancing the state of the art. We need to apply the same process. And I think we have a unique chance as Canadian to combine both who we are as citizens of the world, but also the richness of our educational system, of our social welfare system. We're well off put. And this privilege, you should not sit on this privilege. You should take action and spend the time that's required to contribute to this challenge. So this is really a call to arms. I had on my book yesterday the book A Good War that just got published in Canada, making the analogy that fighting the climate challenge was like fighting in the war. I typically don't like war analogies, but I thought this one was pretty apt. And I would put it maybe in a more positive way, saying that positive from a negative perspective, right? Canada has really bad data in terms of how much each citizen contributes to climate change, even given that we're a small country. So step up, do the right thing, and contribute to solving this. Past history shouldn't tie us down to be heroes in the future. That's going to be my call.
Absolutely. Merci Sylvain. And I think pardon, Clélia, tu voulais dire quelque chose? No, c'est correct. En fait, I love how you're setting the table here because, like John talked about the importance of data. Jeremy here talked about how space can teach us, but inspire us and get that learnings into action. And Sylvain here was talking about climate change was a challenge of the 20th century. Now it's a challenge of the 21st century. But the reality is that if we don't do anything, it won't be any challenge anymore in the 22nd century because we won't be here. So there are tangible actions, as Sylvain just highlighted. And I would love maybe Stacy to start. But can you tell us a bit about some tangible examples? Because we can talk, but we need to get into the action. Cooperathon is all about the action as well. So any tangible example of an initiative either you set up or your organization has set up in collaboration with different stakeholders from different sectors or whatnot? And maybe how can we really walk the talk and how does Shopify does it?
Oh, that's a great question because that's exactly what compelled me to join Shopify. I was working at environment and climate change. I was making a difference. I was doing it for Canadians and protecting our environment. And then I saw the ability to have maybe a larger impact. And that's what Shopify has made the commitment to do. We want to be a 100-year company. And in order to do that, we have to take better care of our planet. We have more than 1 million merchants, entrepreneurs, quite mostly on our platform. And as the effects of climate change continue to mount, it's going to affect more and more people around the world. No one will be able to hide. And So Shopify's made this commitment to spend our $5 million each year on promising technologies to fight climate change. And, it sounds nice, you could go out and you could buy carbon offsets, you can do all these things, but we wanted to make sure that what we were doing and the decisions we were making actually were going to make a difference. And so what we decided to do with our fund is we wanted to seek out and be an early adopter and an early supporter, an early customer, oftentimes the first customer for a clean tech startup in the climate space. And so we found 13 companies that we wanted to buy carbon removal from. And often they would be like, well, we're not able to do it yet. The research is incomplete, or we don't have our monitoring system built. And we said, okay, well, why don't we overpay for the carbon removal? It might only cost you $20 a ton to do it, but what if we gave you $200? What could you do? Could you scale? What research could you achieve? And then we would contribute to that body of knowledge together. So we've taken a bit of a risky approach. We will lose some money, and that's okay, because what we want to do is take an experimental approach. We don't know what the end game is going to be, right? We don't know what the best decision is or which group of technologies is really going to save us. We believe that all of them are needed. So we wanted to support a wide range of technologies. So we did some nature-based solutions as well as some high-tech kind of solutions like direct air capture. And it's because we don't want to pick one winner. We want to raise all boats in the climate technology space. We want everyone to have a chance to scale their technology. So we went out there and did that, not knowing what the end game will be. And one thing that I would like to share with everyone, and this is my view, even if you don't know where you're going, just take the step in the right direction and everything else will figure itself out. And if you can bring others along with you, then do that. And you have this ability to multiply your impact. And so here's a plug. If you want to see what we've been up to and to geek out on some of the companies that we've invested in, you can check out our sustainability fund web pages. It's really easy. Shopify Sustainability Fund in Google, it'll get you there. So I encourage everyone to take a look, but it's what you do every day. It's every little decision, and together we'll all get there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I love how you're talking about taking an experimental approach and maybe losing some money. Because I think, and Sylvain once wronged me here, but startups are a lot about like taking an experimental approach and making sometimes some bets. But even large companies can do that. And John, I don't know if you talked earlier about data, and you talked, well, obviously Microsoft does a whole bunch of things, but I think you have few tangible initiatives that are leading the charge in this aspect. Can you share with us a bit?
Absolutely. And so, I got the privilege of working at that interface between policy and technology and avoiding the unintended consequences that technology can bring about. So we have a very robust program that looks at the impact of tech and tech for good. And so for years, we've been really trying to solve tough challenges around accessibility, around the digital divide. And we've really brought them home and focused and emphasized our focus on the environment now. And so you will have seen that Microsoft has made a carbon commitment to be carbon negative by 2030. And then by 2050, to remove all the carbon that we've put in the atmosphere since our company was formed in 1975. We've then redoubled our efforts, and we've now made a commitment to use less water, or to put water back into the environment, more water than we consume. And so it's that demonstration of that positive impact that we do internally that hopefully will bring other companies along. And we've seen other large companies kind of try to keep up to our pace. That said, we've also put in programs to empower others. We can't do this alone. And so we have a number of Tech for Good initiatives. Most prominent this year is our AI for Good. And our AI for Good includes AI for health, AI for accessibility, humanitarian aid, cultural heritage, as well AI for Earth. And we've landed AI for Earth projects here in Canada and looking at things like the water table and whatnot. This is coupled with our Imagine Cup, that's a long-standing activity, a hackathon for students to be able to solve some of our tough challenges. And we're super proud that in 2018, 2 Canadian students solved an accessibility challenge by putting an AI-enabled camera on a limb to be able to win that competition. But lastly, I'd like to talk about that connection that we have with the Canadian community. Industry, Science and Economic Development Canada put together an audacious goal called the Canadian Superclusters, 5 pockets of innovation from the oceans with environmental characterization and ocean sustainability. In Montreal, there's the AI-enabled supply chain, advanced manufacturing in Ontario. There's the proteins-based innovation. Don't let the proteins throw you off. It's all about agriculture, plant-based agriculture. And then in BC, it's digital tech. There's a ton of innovation that's happening there that we're supporting and leaning in to get the startups going, to get the students going, and really demonstrate that, hey, we can land this tech for good across the country and then pile in to get these great ideas going.
Absolutely. And I love that you're finishing on the super clusters, because we actually with Clelia here, we had the opportunity to have an exchange with Scale AI, Digital Supercluster, and NextGen. And indeed, as you were just saying, it's all about collaboration. And Cooperathon is about, and I don't want to do a plug here, but we are here at the launch of Cooperathon, and it's really a challenge because there is no recipe. And I think, like both of you, what you highlighted is we are trying. We, as Sylvain said earlier, it is a moral obligation. It is a personal obligation. We have to try, and we're lucky enough that Canada, as a country, and you have the AI country plan and many, but like also as companies, that's what you guys are doing, as well as the entrepreneurs. And the entrepreneurs are key to do that. And you, as a big organization, Shopify, now I'm putting you in the big organization as well. So whatever, you're not a startup anymore. You're a larger one. But you have a moral obligation as well to collaborate with the smaller players, to contribute, to inspire them. So speaking of inspiration, and we have a startup watching you, so maybe she's going to be very judgmental on what you're saying. Maybe Sylvain or Jeremy here. Jeremy, you talked about agriculture. I know that John here talked about the protein agricultural one. I think you have few initiatives coming in there. Is there any message or lesson that you want to tell our audience here around those subjects, maybe? And then I'll finish with Sylvain, if he's okay with that.
Absolutely. There's so many things. I just love the idea of, we each have to make our contributions. We just need to be trying. We need to be coming to the table, facing the problems with a creative spirit, with a how can I help? As an astronaut, someone who's going to explore space, I just love my job at Canadian Space Agency because I can dig in some of these other areas and actually lend a hand in some of our initiatives that I think are just have a lot of promise. And they're not instant solutions for everything, but they're drops in the bucket, and they all matter. Some things that we've done that I think people might find interesting. We're working on FireSat right now, which is a new satellite capability in space to give us better data on when fires emerge, so we have a better chance of reducing the impacts to humanity from forest fires, which with climate change is going to be a growing factor. You brought up agriculture. We have a really wonderful initiative. It's very small. It's kind of grassroots. But when it comes to inspiration, space has that ability to inspire. We have always set huge goals in space, and then they bring together teams of people to accomplish them. That's what I love about space. This International Space Station is one of the greatest technical challenges humanity has faced. And we didn't do it as one country. We did it as an international collaboration. The goal was that big. It brought people together from around the world. And as we prepare to leave low Earth orbit, which we're doing, we've committed to going out to the moon again. We're really thinking hard about how we're going to get to Mars. As we do that, we need to be able to do some things in space that we don't necessarily do that well here on Earth. One of them is growing food in the Arctic and creating food security for people in the North. And so we have a really great initiative. It's in Johaven. And this was done with the heart and the spirit of reconciliation, not a, hey, here's how Canadian Space Agency can tell you how to do things. This is like, here's what we've learned about growing growing food in space. Do you think you might want to leverage some of this information with our partners, Agriculture, Agri-Foods Canada, to put a greenhouse here? And now it's community-led. They've called it Narvik, which means growing place. And now they are teaching us how we might grow food in space. And we hope to scale this, because if we can't grow food in the Canadian Arctic, we won't be able to grow food in the moon. And why is it important? Well, it's important for food security here in our country, but also it's an international contribution that Canada will be able to make. We'll be able to say we have a decade or 2 decades of experience doing this. This is something that we can do on the international journey to Mars, for example. We're doing the same thing with health. If we are going to leave low Earth orbit and go on long journeys, we need to change our methodology. Right now, the way we manage astronaut health is we do a lot of screening, too many tests every year. It's just tons and tons of medical tests. But in the future, we're going to have to do more telemedicine. We're going to be sending more people to space without all of this screening. And so we're actually, and this ties into COVID, we've been working on this for a couple years, and hopefully we're going to be able to take some critical steps to leveraging what we've learned about how we'll do it in space to bringing those telemedicine benefits to humanity.
Absolutely, and I love how you're using those 2 examples because it is very inspiring what can happen in space. But for many of us humans, little humans that don't get to understand all what you're working on, we don't necessarily see the link between what space happens and what Earth happens. And you finished on the telemedicine. Like there are many topics, like GPS even, that was one of those kind of projects that today we are all enjoying. But you talked about telemedicine, and I would like to highlight the fact that for the first year in Cooperathon, we actually have a startup that's called Dialogue with Alexi and all the others who are giving a challenge as well on telemedicine. And the challenge itself is how can you get, well, I was presenting it earlier, but it's basically how can we get telemedicine where it hasn't been before. So maybe in space. That's actually, I loved how you said it. And maybe there is something to be done there. So for the people who are listening to us, that's something to consider. But also on the agricultural side, I know Clelia as well works on implementing this. So you were talking about like kind of like the importance and how it can go back to Earth. But I believe you, in the Canadian Space Agency, you have those programs as a hackathon or things that can happen on Earth for citizens alike to contribute and maybe go past Cooperathon and continue in those programs, right? Like it's for everybody.
Yeah, so we used to think of space as, hey, we'll build an amazing gadget to solve a space program and then we'll use it on Earth. But in these cases, the last 2 that I was talking about, the medical and the food, we actually plan to solve it on the planet in cooperation with communities in Canada to become world experts and then take it to space. Because space has changed. You know, we've had humans on the space station for 20 years, every single day, and we might lose sight of that, but that's incredible. And we are going to push out into our solar system, and not, you know, just to get off this planet. I can't wait to get off this planet. This is a great planet to live, but it's to push humanity. And when we bring these people together, we actually learn more about ourselves. And as we're highlighting in this panel, we're going to need all of those skill sets in order to save humanity if we really want to be able to live well into the future.
Absolutely. Clelia, maybe if you could add, because this is very, very inspiring, but for me, if I want to participate, Clelia, can you help me maybe, where should I knock? I can send him an email that I know, I have his email, but like concretely, what can I do next?
Well, be on the lookout for opportunities and stuff like open challenges like Cooperathon and others that will be announced later are great opportunities to look into problems that are sponsored by organization. And I think that's it's at the heart of Cooperathon. And when there is a real problem to be solved with sponsors behind, that's where you have opportunity to also incentivize people that did not think of working together to work together. And if we take the example of food and space, someone working on urban farming or vertical agriculture might not have the thought that the product that they're working on could one day help an astronaut stay alive on Mars or feed someone in a hot desert or the Canadian North. So just building these connections between, even when we think about robotics, AI, we were talking about the superclusters earlier, people that have expertise in those very specific tech domains have a lot to bring to a lot of the other domains like food, health, and all the challenges we can think about, really.
Absolutely. So on this aspect, actually, Sylvain, if you don't mind, I know you were on the tech side. And for many, and like I'll say it because I've been working in this for a while, and like sometimes you talk to social entrepreneurs and they're like, oh, tech people. And then you talk to tech people are like, no, I want to like build something massive. Those social entrepreneurs just want to build like a straw that is made of paper instead of plastic. Whoa, beautiful ambition. Sylvain here, through your journey at Real Venture, Techstars, and today with Second Muse, can you tell us a bit more, like at the crossroad of those two worlds, is there like un trou noir, or is there something that can happen actually?
No, actually, it's tech innovation and social impact starts with people. And the worst mistake that both business people, tech people, or even socially minded citizens make is to try to do it alone, right? Most amazing projects require a combination of skills. And actually competitions or events like Cooperathon, Startup Weekend, you were talking about other hackathons. This is a great place to meet someone. And the most interesting companies I've been working with and investing in have this combination of values and mission. So they're driven by something. It's going to be hard, so you better be driven. Domain expertise. So what's your deep down knowledge of a specific domain? What do you know that other people don't know or don't understand or don't believe? And then really often a tech person, which would help put this into a platform, into a product. So a tech geek alone won't build a great company. Someone who's fantastic at selling something but has nothing concrete to sell will not be successful. And if you want to change the world, you need all the skills that are available for you. So for me, it's really this combination of whatever's the project and the idea you're working on today for Cooperathon. Maybe it will be successful, maybe it won't. But remember the people you meet, because you'll meet them again. And you might reach to them in 6 months. I remember I went to a startup weekend, and there was this two guys. One guy was super, extremely well-versed into bus logistics, and the other was a hacker at Shopify. They created this company called Share the Bus. They joined Founder Fuel, and they created a company that is a pretty sizable company now in Montreal, and they're innovating in this market where no one thought there would be innovation. Everyone thought like bus transportation. Is that boring? I remember, could there be like 2 bus companies in Montreal? Well, the other one, BusBud, just raised $15 million today, announced their Series C. So never underestimate it. But talking about BusBud, LP has been doing this for like 10 years. So brace yourself. If you want to make something that matters, it's a decade. It's not about the quick flip. It's not about the quick wins, although you have to iterate always. If you want to do something that matters, dedicate the next 10 years to it.
Yes, you're muted.
Then being muted is probably like the sentence of the COVID crisis. So thank you for plugging it. I think it's like Merriam-Webster or whatever who put like the sentence of the year. So here you go. Merci. Thank you, Sylvain, on closing on this, because I think the main difference between 10 years ago and today is that there are actually more and more prominent investors that want to hear your ideas, that want to invest in your product, that want to help you raise to the task and invest in your company, like Second Muse, for example. Thank you again, Sylvain. Thanks, everyone here. I don't know, John and Stacy, if there is any like parting words that you want to, like quickly, one last word before my wonderful colleague here, Claudia, closes.
I'll just echo the people conversation. You know, what I've seen in hackathons and hackfests is you build that innovation muscle, that creativity, and you get to connect with smart people. What you build in a hackathon might not go much further, but then it's what you build tomorrow, which really makes a difference. So let's remember, it's all about the people.
Absolutely.
The only thing that I would add is start now and don't be afraid to fail, because that's where the biggest learn and the biggest opportunity is. When it's really hard, that's where you're going to grow, and that's where your excellent idea is going to come from. So try, fail, and pivot and get it done, and we'll all do it together.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you.
Thank you. I was looking down a bit because I was taking notes, and I want to make sure I captured some of the essence of what you were saying. And something I really want to underline is that what kept coming back probably through every single interaction and interventions that we had today was the idea of people, the idea of values, of connecting, of collaboration, and then a sense of urgency and timing. So we heard a lot, brace yourself, you have to start now. It takes dedication. We have a moral obligation to do it now. So I think that whether you are part of a small organization, a large organization, whether you're on your own looking to start something new during Cooperathon, whether you are in the private, the public, or the social sector, you won't be able to do it alone. And the important is to find and connect with the people that are in these other organizations that might be very different from you and might be across the country, across sectors, and you might at first find that you speak completely different languages. Because when you're a tech expert or when you're a social innovation practitioner, you speak very different languages at first. So take the time to really connect with the people around you. And I think Cooperathon is a great first step to do so, because now is a good timing to do so. I think Tech for Good is gaining in interest. A hashtag is trending more and more, and there's a reason for it, because the timing is now, and we have big challenges, and we need to act. So have a really good Cooperathon, and thank you so much to all of our speakers. Your words and your different perspectives were definitely a great addition, and I hope they've inspired and will inspire the different participants tonight to take action wherever they are and wherever they're standing in their career.
Wow, thank you, Clelia. Thank you, everyone. I love how you're closing this, because it feels like we're wrapping up, but we're not done yet, actually. Absolutely, as you all said, like, it's the moment to act, and I think like the space, and sorry, Jeremy, not the space, not your space, our little space here, but the space that we're creating on Earth to try and to act and to fail, to learn and to iterate, as John, Sylvain, the others highlighted, is the right one, because we're actually stuck at home for most of us, in front of our laptop. We're building this amazing platform to try to meet people, to connect with them, and to learn with more than 150 sponsors, mentors. I wish we had 150 sponsors. That's another story. Next year. But jokes aside, this is the space we're creating, space and time with the learnings to act. And as John highlighted, but also like when you talked, Jeremy, about the International Space Station, it's about collaboration. So I'm extremely happy to have with us Emily here, whose startup, and I'm not going to introducing her a lot, because she has more than 20 years of experience as a biologist. She's the co-founder and CEO of Whale Seekers. She's also Techstars AI Montreal 2020. I don't know if we can say it, but like I said it, of this year actually. And at their core, it's really about leveraging AI to scale, because as Sylvain will tell you, it's all about scaling, to scale the whale detection. I won't do the pitching à sa place. I think she has been practicing it, because the demo day of Techstars was a couple days ago. So Emily, let us get you on stage, introduce yourself quickly, and you have your startup pitch whenever you are ready.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks for having me. This has been a really great panel. So yes, I am Emily Charretissier. I'm the CEO of Whale Seeker. And as the company name implies, we use tech to detect actual whales. So think about the oil and gas industry, governments, conservation organizations, shipping companies. What could they all have in common? Whales. So whether mandated by laws or motivated by values, they all need to detect whales, and they all share this exact same pain point. They need to detect whales faster, more easily, and more reliably. So currently, visual whale detection is done mostly by human eyes. This means human eyes out of an aircraft window, human eyes off the bow of a boat, or human eyes scanning a computer screen with imagery on there. This is slow, this is expensive, and this is not scalable, as you mentioned. So by automating this, we are giving people a tool to monitor whales more effectively, with the goal of giving businesses and whales a win-win solution.
You're on mute again, Elias. But that's okay, I'll jump in. You had to be unmuted.
Thank you very much, Lilia.
Thank you so much, Emily. It's fascinating, and it's super interesting to hear what you're doing, and congrats on being part of Techstars.
Thank you.
I would love to hear about your views and your perception on the panel we just had, and as a startup being in the action, working on tech for good every day, what can you tell us about what you just heard, and what are your thoughts?
Well, I was so excited to hear that this is something that so many different sectors are interested in. And I really particularly loved Shopify's early investment into early stage environmental companies. This is a time that is very difficult for startups. Usually startups have, you're sort of always riding the razor's edge on resources. So you either have time or money, probably very little of both, because you're trying to do everything at once. And a lot of people are interested in innovation, but they want something that's already been tried and tested and de-risked. And this sort of goes against having an innovative solution, you know? So I really appreciate their realistic approach, saying, okay, this doesn't exist yet. What are you building? How can we help you get there faster? I thought that was a great message. And yeah, I hope there's a domino effect for that. And I was really inspired by the variety of tech for good initiatives that are out there by really big companies, and that it's a value that people are more and more interested in.
I'm going to unmute myself this time. You know, the reason why I mute myself is that when you're talking, it's so interesting that I tend to want to actually jump in. So I'm making sure that I'm not able to jump in.
You can jump in. You can jump in. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this comment. And I think that brings us actually to the core of it. And as you said, you know, like it was different points of view, way more initiative than I actually thought before researching this kind of subject. And a subject, by the way, that Clelia had highlighted like years ago, that only today we're all catching up. And I'm very happy to see large companies doing so. On your end, and as a startup, as you said, like it's a difficult time. What would be, and like, let's say we're just like the three of us, like Sylvain, John, Stacy, Jeremy, they left, they're not watching us. And by the way, a huge thanks to them. I didn't get the chance to say it, so really thank you for their time, etc. But like, let's say they're not here. What would be a message for them, but also for the large organizations or governments who might want to collaborate with you or with other startups in an open innovation context?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who say they want to encourage small and medium-sized companies to contribute or participate to whatever initiatives they have. But then the application process is so timely and so technical and specific that it takes an amount of time that a lot of startups can't spare. You know, we can't spare a time to do 100-page technical application. You know, we really need to focus on our actual work and growing our company. So we end up missing out on some of those opportunities that could really springboard us to where we want to go. But there are some ways, so some open innovation ways, and I'm thinking about particularly the challenges that are accessible to startups because they're incremental. and they don't necessarily favor a huge company with lots of resources that have already done this time and time again. They put more emphasis on the ideas and the solutions behind it. So I would suggest shifting to something that's in more bite-sized stages instead of huge projects.
I like what you're saying here, and I'm going to do it live because that's how I am, and I think like we have to type up. So I'm going to ask live feedback because I didn't get it by text. But I would like to take a bit more time. I know we had to close at 5:55, but maybe if we can take 5 or 7 extra minutes, because what you're saying is actually really interesting. Not that I wasn't expecting that, by the way. So.
Surprise.
No, just to be clear here. I have another question for you. I believe, and I don't know if you're comfortable talking about it, but like I believe there are governments that are working with you, and there are, and I again, like feel free to comment at the level you want to comment. From a government perspective, we have Clelia here, who's in a way part of that. How can we help you better as a government? To when you're talking about like bite sizes, etc., how can we adapt? Because they're actually, now they are building those challenges. They are in the middle of it. And if there is any advice for someone like Clelia, so I'm making her a panelist now, but like, here's an advice to give to people like Clelia, Jeremy, and others on those challenges. What would it be? Maybe through your learnings as well.
What would I say? Well, I would say to place a value on interdisciplinary teams, which is another topic that came out in the panel tonight, and how really important it is to have people who are experts in lots of domains, but not just collaborating each other once a month to touch base on a solution, but to really be under the same roof and be working on the same problem day in and day out. It's an extra investment because, as you said, somebody might be in a totally different domain as you, and you have really synergistic interests, but it might take a little time to dig and find those common interests. But the power behind a truly interdisciplinary team is a really great investment and something that I would put a lot of priority in, instead of a combination of just a huge tech company pairing with a huge environmental company. I personally don't feel like that's the way to solve all the problems. I think it needs to be more grassroots and purely kind of innovation teamwork.
I love what you're saying here, and I will let Clelia maybe right after follow up on this, because it's honestly like that was not planned. And I think like what you're saying here, definitely for anyone watching us, this exchange, we didn't have a dry run, we didn't exchange before. But what you're saying here is so crucial. It's the multidisciplinary approach. It's the importance of bringing humans, the right people, but right people we don't know. Like it's not a recipe, And if I could say, one of the big challenges in creating our multidisciplinary team, we're just getting in the same room together. So I'm a biologist, and my whole network is biologists. I'm not short on that discipline at all, but I had a really hard time cracking into the tech community in Montreal that is a tech hub. And I couldn't get into meetups, I couldn't get into groups because I wasn't already a tech person. And so something that I would encourage are multidisciplinary meetups around a topic instead of around a skill set. So you could foster those groups a lot better. I thankfully I have a dog, and so does my co-founder, and we serendipitously met at the dog park. But barring that, I don't know. I don't think we would have crossed paths. So yeah, I would say just to the general community to foster more opportunities for real interdisciplinary action. Speaking of serendipity, actually, sorry, Clelia. So speaking of serendipity, actually, this is so important because when we talk about Cooperathon, and like what you said, like it was serendipitous. What we're trying to do with Cooperathon is creating, or what we call manufacturing serendipity. And for that, you need to bring those cross talent or cross-pollination, etc. And it's really important that we don't segregate by tech, non-tech, etc. And I hope that Sylvain is listening here, because when we talked about like the climate change initiatives, it's difficult to bring all those different peoples. And that's what we're trying to do at Cooperathon. And maybe I just received like some text. I'm trying to multitask, not as good as Clelia because she's better than me. She's a woman as well. I'm just a man. I'm trying to multitask here. But I think there are some stats that I would like to share with us here because of what you said. We are about like 1,100 participants in the Cooperathon itself. So we're like about 2,000 people at the conference, but in the whole program. It's a 4 weeks program. I presented it earlier, but like in a nutshell, 4 weeks program, multidisciplinary. We have about a third of women, 2/3 of men and others, about 33 years old on average. We are in all provinces and all territory here in Quebec. But what is really interesting from my experience, and I think, Clelia, you can jump in as well here, is that, you know, at Cooperathon, we had like the teams that you would not expect win, like old people, young people. We had an all Black woman team that won last year that had like half of it technical, the other non-technical. We had someone coming from 8 hours. I don't even remember the city. I apologize for him. Coming 8 hours away every weekend to be part of Cooperathon. Like, old guy, gray hair. I wasn't expecting that. Anyway, I can like give many examples, but like all those like unexpected manifestations of innovation are key, as you just said. And we're trying to kind of like create this environment. And I would like maybe to just give the puck, passer la puck à Clélia on this, because she's currently working. I don't know, again, like the level of what she can say, so I'm not going to say what she's working on. But like you're working on some stuff that relates this kind of like multidisciplinary aspect that has relationship with innovation and sustainability on Earth. When you hear what Emily is saying here, what are your thoughts?
So absolutely, like the fact that you met in a dog park is just amazing. That was the serendipitous moment that helped create your startup. I found absolutely great. And I hear you when you say that there's a need for more connections beyond, like between the communities of people that have the same expertise and other communities that are completely different, because and it was a panel on Tech for Good, and I'm a big fan of Tech for Good. Elias knows it. I've been pushing to get impact in tech for a while, but I think that it's definitely not the only solution either. And I think, as you mentioned, Emily, we need grassroots movements. We need people from all backgrounds. We need the scientists. We need those that are passionate by what they're doing and bring people together around this idea of multidisciplinary teams to collaborate. And Tech for Good in general should not be a turnoff for collaboration. And sometimes it can be daunting. And I myself just joined the Canadian Space Agency. I don't have a scientific background. I don't have an engineering background. My background is in social innovation and open innovation. So there was a moment of scare a little bit joining there, being like, I'm going to be surrounded by smart people who all have PhDs. But what I realized is, of course, they're all super smart and inspiring, but we teach a lot to each other. And my little team that I'm working with on a daily basis is just amazing, because their knowledge is so profound and so different that we really feel the complementarity of working together. And I think that should be an aim, whether at any scale we're talking about, whether it's a team for a startup or in Cooperathon, or whether it's a multi-million or billion-dollar project to create like public-private partnership. And I think it's missing an element of public-private social partnership, because social movements are also really important in that. So I totally agree that bringing people together is super important. And I'll just add a last thing that I wanted to say on what Emily said, is the idea of iterating. And it is true for a project as it is for the government and the the concept of experimentation is very present in the government as well. And where I'm working with Impact Canada, building challenges is a whole new way of doing things, and we have to jump through many hoops to be able to launch certain programs and initiatives. So this idea of experimentation, iteration is true for all levels of work, wherever you work. So I think I would love to close the night with these two ideas, that iterating and experimenting and at the same time collaborating and connecting are essential. And Elias, I'll pass you the puck one last time to close us off, because I think we've run out of time officially.
Yeah, it's okay. I know that my team will throw at me tomatoes afterwards, but it's okay. Unless they cut me off. No, one last point. Because we have the opportunity to be here on stage. Emily, you did great. Your startup is doing great. I know you cannot talk about everything, but there are great things ahead, but also challenges ahead. As for many startups, and I've been working with startups for almost a decade, no more hair, but is there any call to action or any next step or any ask that you would like to say to everyone who's watching us today? Could be a next step for yourself or your company, or maybe for your dog or any. I don't know.
I think I'd like to turn it around to everyone who's participating, and as Sylvain was saying, it is hard. It's very fulfilling, but it's hard, and so you need to be passionate about whatever you're doing, and you need to care deeply about it, because it really is the journey that needs to be rewarding as well as the end goal. And if you can find a group of like-minded people that share that passion and that work ethic with you, just be really open-minded to what that team can look like. And go for it. Don't be. I know imposter syndrome is everywhere, but everyone has it. And I would just say, move. Just do it. Just take the step and go.
Wow, thank you very much, Emily. And this highlights so much the spirit and values that you have in your company. I ask you if there is any call to action or anything that you need, and you reverse the table and you actually give an advice for everyone here. Honestly, madame, je te tire mon chapeau, j'ai pas de chapeau, je le tire, chapeau bas.
Oh, c'est gentil, merci.
Merci vraiment, vraiment. C'est vraiment inspirant, et c'est ce qu'on essaie de faire avec le Cooperathon, avec tous nos partenaires. Je sais qu'on a travaillé d'arrache-pied, que ce soit au niveau de l'innovation ouverte, je vais pas reparler de tous les partenaires là-dessus, ou les gens justement qui ont plus des expertises, des mentors. We are trying to create this space so that people, residents of Canada, coast to coast, can contribute, because there's a power in diversity. And I know that in another panel earlier, we had Wes Hall, who is leading the Black North initiatives with whom Desjardins just partnered up, who highlighted over and over, which I truly believe, there is so much richness, even though from a human values, but also from a tangible, innovative aspect of the diversity of mind, spirits, kind of work, even sometimes it's difficult. Claudia can be a testimonial for how easy it is sometimes to work with me, but it brings the best of us, and it brings it to the next level. And we are creating this space, as Emily just said, so that people can try, surrounded by the right mentors and coaches over the next 4 or 5 weeks, as well as some money to grab. And I think you didn't highlight it, but I will say so. If there are investors in the room, have a look at those startups. Many, like Sylvain, did the jump from investment mind pure to a more altruistic investment aspect. But you can get both. It's not just one or the other. The big challenge that we have for the next decade are also the most rewarding, both for society, but also for your pockets, and I'm sure for your soul as well. We have to invest in those projects. And if anything, we have to be curious about them. We have to mingle, as Emily just highlighted, go to the meetups that talk about that, because you don't know where is the next Elon Musk. And I really hope that the next company that will be at this size will be built here in Canada. That's what we're trying to do with Cooperathon. Year over year, we're at our 5th edition. And I hope that there will be 10 more, and that we will solve the biggest challenges with the best people. So thank you so much, Emily, here. Thank you so much for all our speakers. Thanks for the Canadian Space Agency that actually was super flexible to find us speakers and everything. Thank you, Claudia, for your crazy hard work. I know like many things are behind the scene and don't look because it goes smoothly. When things go smoothly, you don't know every work that has been done. A huge thank as well, obviously, sorry, for Sylvain, for Stacy. Stacy, I just talked to her and the Bureau du Président, and in one day they replied being like, yeah, I believe in what you're doing, I'm down. Microsoft as well, like super busy, CTO taking their time off. Did I forget someone? Jeremy, of course, who's really inspired us and made us understand better what those technologies can be used tangibly on Earth and why we have to actually participate in those things. So thanks for everyone who contributed, took the time off to be with us here today. I would like to give a special shout out to Deborah Hayek, who really has been leading this panel. And I know there is a lot of work being done in the back that doesn't show up on the screen. It's easy. We all worked very hard to get it done, but it's easy to forget that kind of like hard work also that doesn't show on screen. We are actually, I'm just getting the information, we are more than 1180 participants pour la compétition en tant que telle. On a dépassé les 2000 pour la conférence. This is amazing. I wasn't expecting that. I'm very excited. A bit stressed, but that's a good stress. A huge thanks as well for the whole team of Cooperathon. I will try to start naming them, but it will be an issue if I forget someone. But thank you so much for everyone, both on the mentor side, on the Open Innovation Project. Really, like they've been working their asses off to deliver on that. Shout out to Fed as well, who's leading this Cooperathon for the last 4 or 5 years now, and like putting his heart and soul for that. And I know like closer to me, there is a whole bunch of people who don't show up on screens, but who are doing their best to deliver the best experience for all the aspiring entrepreneurs. Thanks as well for the technical aspect, people who support us, all our partners, and the ones that we don't always shout out, the community partners as well. And of course, thanks for KPMG, Desjardins, who, because we need money to run all this, you know, like this show costs money as well. So thanks a lot for their trust and belief in how open innovation and social entrepreneurship can change the world and have a positive impact for all our futures. So thanks so much. On that note, I think we're closing the event. People can still register on cooperathon.ca, join the adventure with us. We have few days more to register, so please take this chance. Thanks again, Emily. Best of luck for you and your startup. Merci encore, Clélia, pour tout. Et à très bientôt. Je vous souhaite une très bonne soirée à tout le monde.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Great.